I know you're great football players, but looking at you from here, you're a very handsome bunch. I wonder if you sing. I mean, you look like we could take you anywhere in the world, and I don't know who has a pitch for it. Probably our coach. Do they sing? Well, congratulations. You're the pride and joy, and certainly for Councilman Creer. I mean, this is the class of 24, 25, 26, and 27. Excuse me, Councilman, and do you want to scare them to death? What year were you?
I graduated along...
Come on, tell these guys.
I'm trying to remember back that far. 1987.
Whoa.
Yes. My brother graduated in 86, so I'm the young one.
Now, that wasn't nice, Kenneth. I know that. I sit next to him. I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. It's wonderful that you're doing this. Okay, where are we? 1 minute left.
Always great to see young people in it.
Great. No, you look great. Good morning, everyone. The January 17th, 2024 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2. You may also watch the meeting live on Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, on the Go Vegas app. The City Council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv/live. These proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler systems. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exit at the rear of the chambers. Go out to the mezzanine, proceed out the double door to the terrace, and go down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Streets. Employees wearing safety vests or city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to the city clerk. Cards are available in the clerk's office or at the rear of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, however, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone is present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please see our city clerk up front. And if you park in a parking garage across the street, a self-validation machine is located in the foyer between council chambers and the security desk you walk through to enter our chambers. You must have your ticket with you to use the machine. However, if you do not, please see security personnel when leaving for a validation coupon. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given by Rabbi Avi Anderson, Young Israel, Asia, Las Vegas. Remain standing for our pledge. Good morning.
Biblical model of leadership. Arguably, the greatest leader in Jewish history was Moses, who was tasked with leading the Jewish people from slavery under the Egyptians to freedom. What were Moses' qualifications for this position? So we know two things about him. First, he really did not want the job. In fact, Moses negotiated with God for a full week to not get the position. Moses had a speech impediment and expressed concern that he would be a poor orator and weak ambassador for the Jewish people. Second, we are told that Moses cared and extended himself to protect his people. There is an enigmatic teaching in the Talmud, Ehov es hamalacha usna es harabanus. Literally, love the work and hate the rabbinate. I hope this does not mean to hate the rabbis. The commentaries explain one should hate the power of leadership, but should love the work. Almighty God, we understand that power is attractive and work is difficult, yet we acknowledge that it is the work that is important. Emerson said, "Who you are speaks so loudly, I cannot hear what you're saying." Help us to use our positions to help others, guide us in conveying clear values in a morally challenged world. Almighty God, we pray that you grant City Council members the insight and clarity to speak out on their values and to focus on the most important issues. David Brooks famously distinguished between resume virtues and eulogy virtues. The resume virtues are the skills you bring to the marketplace. The eulogy virtues are the ones that are talked about at your funeral. Whether you were kind, brave, honest, or faithful. Were you capable of deep love? Let us remember that we are here not for the position or the power, but for the work, the job, and the people. Help us to lead authentically. Let us say Amen.
Wow. I wish you could see from our view. It's beautiful. I think I'd rather be up here. But we're coming.
I guess I have to let you in front.
Oh, second in line. I think mine's third one or second.
Is your second? Okay, then good. I'll let you in front later.
And just so you know, we're not giving each individual player
Are you sure? You're not going to also hand them the
I might do
mic?
it just to get you sitting over here in the corner.
I'll be looking at Dave.
Oh, no, it's better close up.
I'll be good.
Wow. Where'd you go? Do you remember those days in high school? Beautiful high school days.
Yeah, everybody looks.
You were in the old campus.
Oh, the old.
Boy, are you guys spoiled. Mm-hmm. Beautiful football field, everything. No, it's wonderful. This is so exciting. Okay. This is our ceremonial portion of our council agenda. And for the first item, I want to invite our Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs Director, Maggie Plaster, to join us at the podium, please. From out of the wall. Hey, Maggie. Maggie. Our employees strive to meet our values of being kind, committed, and smart, and they work to build our community to make life better. I'm proud to announce that the Employee of the Month is Anna Vaitia. Anna, please come down. Let me tell you, this is one special lady who started with us part-time, I understand. Anna, congratulations to you. Anna's a parks and maintenance worker, new employee, having just joined the city this past year of 23. She recently was maintaining the grounds at the very popular Kellogg's Air Sports Complex when she came upon an unconscious man in the park's playground. Anna immediately called 911, attempted to render aid to the man who was not breathing. She remained with the individual, performing chest compressions until the first responders arrived. Unfortunately, the man could not be revived, but Anna's actions knew that she was ready to help without a second thought. It was a powerful example of her commitment to the residents we serve. Anna, thank you for all that you do to serve our community, for your efforts to keep our world-class recreation areas clean and inviting. And before we hear from Anna, I want to give the mic to Maggie Plaster. But I have to tell you, this isn't as simplistic as I just said. I have learned the details. And believe me, Anna went ahead to perform life-saving actions for a gentleman that probably was in a condition you would not venture to do this. And it's really a remarkable sign. What happens, what would each of us do in a moment of, can I do this? And here is a young woman who came to us, as I mentioned, part-time first, and just immediately showed what type of core in her heart and soul and actions. And that's what life's about. Each one of you wonderful young men, it is absolutely about the soul that's in you and what would you do in a moment of real challenge. So Maggie first, and then to this wonderful lady. And she smiles. So you just had to smile at him and he would have been fine.
Thank you, Mayor. This is really special for a couple of reasons. First off, Anna's a brand new employee to the city of Las Vegas. She started as a part-timer in August of 2022. Immediately, people looked at Anna like she was the leader of our Healthy Parks team, and she became the lead just a few months later. And then this incident happened, and then she became a full-time employee. So it's really rare to have someone get Employee of the Month who's only been a full-time employee with the city for just a few months. Secondly, the person who nominated her is back there, Bobby Vukonovich. He's a deputy city marshal, and so also having her nominated by someone outside of the department is very special. We're really lucky to have Anna on our team. She has shown incredible skill set, a work ethic. She's very positive. Everyone loves her. And I know that we're going to have a great future with Anna. So now I'll turn it over to her. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There were a lot of things that I tried to prepare for this day, and I'm too nervous to say them, but I'm going to start with saying that that day was a hard day to process because that's not the outcome you want to see. But I have a great team that day. Some of them are here already showing me support, and I'm committed to my job, so I knew stuff needed to be done, and I was okay. My supervisor, Amy, asked me if I needed to take the day off, and I said no. I wanted to be there for my coworkers as well, because there was only a few of us that day. And I just love what I do. I try to do my job at the best way I can. Love the community. At the end, this is why we do what we do. And I also want to start by saying thank you, Bobby. I don't know how to pronounce your last name. Vukonovich. Thank you, because without your nomination, I wouldn't be standing here right now. I want to say thank you. Thank you to the whole department. Thank you to the upper management, the upper, the whole council department. Thank you, because I know there are a lot of things you probably have to be doing right now, and yet you're here celebrating with me. So thank you so much, and I love my job. Thank you.
Okay, can we read that? Mayor Pro Tem has her sign. Her name will be on the corner of Main and the street we just took away. What's the street in front? But Anna, we're so proud of you, and I see you're married. Do you have children? How old and a boy or girl?
Boy, he's 15.
Oh my. Well, we're so grateful to you. And Marshal Vukonovich, please come down here. His name is Bobby Vukonovich. He is native Las Vegan. Went to Georgie Harris Elementary School with my oldest boy. And so, thank you. Do say some of that.
First of all, class of '87, Chaparral High School. I think we were a better team that year, but congrats, congrats, absolutely. No, Metro Pizza.
He could kick you out.
Metro Pizza. Anyway, I've been doing this job for quite some time. I'm going on my 21st year, and you come across certain things during your career that sticks out to you and certain people, and I want to say that Anna was one of those people and is one of those people. She didn't waver with what she needed to do as far as dealing with this individual. And what was kind of left out was that once we were done doing our job, the coroner, the emergency personnel and all that, Anna came back to do her job and clean up the area that was left behind, and her co-workers as well. And she didn't waver at the task at hand. So I applaud you for what you do. You're a special person, and you're a great example for the city, for all of us. And it doesn't matter what department we're working in. So
thank you, Martha. We are a special team here, so let's have a picture. Let's go right in front.
Yeah, you look old school.
Anna, look. Come on here, too. Thank you. Congratulations. We're so proud of you.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay. Wow. That's so neat when you have people who are really neat, because we all love the city and we're so proud to work as a group of people who care. And so as you continue on with your education or your plans for your career, don't forget there are a whole lot of different types of jobs you can have in your city. So whether you're working anywhere, just know there are opportunities out there, and each one of you really make a difference. So without further ado, I'm wondering, who do I give this to? Councilman Creer.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everybody. It is a great day to be here in Las Vegas. They tell me it's snowing in other parts of the country, but it is beautiful here today in Las Vegas. Anybody watching? Come on, move out here and hang out with us, because it is beautiful in January. So today I am really, really, really excited to recognize the Bishop Gorman High School, my alumni, my brother's alum, my two daughters are alums of Gorman, and we're going to celebrate the state and national football champions. And I want to invite head coach Brent Browner and assistant coach Craig Cantfield to join me here at the podium. Come on up. And I'm going to ask everybody here, come on up, coach. Okay. And I'm going to have Jeff, who's going to roll the PowerPoint that is going to circulate through here. So why are we here? For the fourth time since 2014, the Bishop Gorman Gales finished #1 in the Max Preps final rankings. The Gales were also declared the national champions by ESPN, USA Today, and Fox Sports. The Gales finished the season with a very, very impressive 12-0 record with wins against national-ranked number 13 Corner Canyon and nationally ranked number 14 Centennial Corona. Gorman was also victorious in the Nike Kickoff Classic against Long Beach Poly, as well as a home victory over the top 5 ranked Miami Central High School. Gorman rolled through their Nevada competition, allowing more than 17 points just once throughout their in-state schedule. Over the season, they averaged 54 points per game, scoring 1 out of every 5 plays on offense and only punting 3 times all season. Yeah, that's pretty amazing. Gorman routed their closest competitor in the state with wins of 49-6, 59-16 against Liberty, the second-ranked team in Nevada. This season, Gorman was led by University of Hawaii commit and back-to-back Nevada Gatorade Player of the Year, Micah Alejandro, who finished the season with 2,714 yards and 35 touchdowns by posting an incredible 0 interceptions. I hope you bought your offensive line Rolexes. Maybe one day when you get into the pros. The Gales also featured 7 other outstanding players who recently have committed to play college football for Power 5 FBS schools on National Signing Day. Audric Harris is going to University of Arizona, Elijah Lofton, University of Miami, Devin Rice, Kansas State University, Charles Correa, UNLV, Aaliyah Carnell, Iowa State University, Alexander Ruggiero, University of Nebraska, related to the Ruggiero family. And Micah Kaapana, University of Michigan. Congratulations to you all. Please give them a big round of applause. I am really looking forward to seeing the Gales pick up in the upcoming 2024 season to repeat as state and national champions. You know, you realize that you think that football is a seasonal sport. I was just talking to Coach, and you guys start getting ready for next year come next week. And it is a commitment that you make throughout your entire career in high school. I told you that one of the challenges that as a student athlete is this: you do not have time is on your side. You know that everything that you do, everywhere you go, is time managed out. Like a lot of students, when you get in college, I played tennis in college, and I played tennis at Gorman, 4-time state champion at Gorman. Might I add, in tennis, I won a state championship in doubles, but played in college at Howard University. And when you play, you know that you do not have time to mess around. Other students have opportunities. They class get done at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. They go and they hang out, and then they go start their studies. In college, and even now, you know that when you have to go to practice at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, you get out at 6:30, 6:45, you got to go to the cafeteria and eat, you got to get home, take a shower, then you start studying about 9 o'clock, 8:30, 9 o'clock at night. And so you are a rare breed, and I just want to let you know how much we appreciate you and how proud we are. And I told you earlier, I get to talk so much stuff to all of my friends who are around the country that follow sports and high school sports. They always say, you know, Texas is bigger, Florida faster, they've got this, they've got that, this 5-star recruit's going here. But lo and behold, sitting here right today are the national champions of the entire country and the state champions of Nevada. So God bless you. Congratulations to you. I'm going to turn it over to Coach Browner to say a couple words.
All right, good morning.
Good.
Just want to say, just want to thank a lot of people, just obviously for our success. But first off, I want to start by thanking the council, Mayor Goodman, Councilman Criar. We definitely are appreciative of you so much. What you do for this city is amazing. You facilitate a place for us to grow and have this, so thank you so much for what you do. And promptly, we want to thank Anna and the rest of Park and Recs. I think if you look at what we do as a whole, these are the young men that are at the Park and Recs probably more than most in the Valley. So having a space for them to do that, all the work that you guys do is important. And these guys definitely take advantage of that every single time. So thank you so much. We definitely want to thank the administration for everything they do to make this available for us too, and for us to have the facilities and to have the place to grow at. Definitely want to thank my coaching staff. Without them, this would not be possible. And the parents of these young men. I always say that I'm blessed. I'm just a steward of this team. I'm blessed to have these young men, and it starts at home. Their parents have raised just amazing young men that I get the honor to coach. And without that foundation, it wouldn't be the same. It wouldn't be as special it is. So I just want to thank all those people. Thank you so much, and thank you, young men. You know, thank you, young men, for all that you guys do. Your hard work, your dedication. We say just a few things. You know, there's no magic sauce. There's no magic sauce. Right? There's no magic thing that happens. It's hard work and it's dedication. That's all we do. You know, there's no magic pill. And your guys' hard work and your dedication is amazing. So I want to thank you guys. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Oh, the mayor's got a question for you.
Just one, Coach, that rock, he can barely hold his hand up. Could you hold it up and let everybody see it? And what is it, please?
So this is last year we played in the Geico Bowl. So at the end of the season, we were able to play against Shamadan Madonna on ESPN, and I think it was number 2 versus number 4 at the time, and kind of gave him the business. So that's what we got for that.
And then can we see freshmen, sophomores, and seniors?
So the mayor's wondering, who's the freshman? Raise your hand. Sophomores, juniors, seniors. All right, we got some people coming back. What I want to do also, I want you guys to come up. And I want you to come around. You're going to come around back here so we can stand here. I want you guys to come up, and then we're going to present a proclamation to you and the entire team. Yeah, we can. Thank you. All right. Come up here too. Come on in. Start filling in right here, you guys. Start filling in.
Where do you want?
Yeah, I was at the old campus. No.
You're gonna have to scooch in. Keep going.
Let's see. All right. Coach, you can come up here. Come here with me. So we're going to present a proclamation whereas Mayor Carolyn Goodman and members of the Las Vegas City Council recognize and congratulate the Bishop Gorman High School football team for winning the 2023 Class 5A Division I State Championship and 2023 National Championship. And whereas the president of Bishop Gorman High School is Mr. John Kilduff, Kevin Kiefer, principal, head football coach Brent Browner, assistant head coach and offensive coordinator Craig Canfield. And whereas Bishop Gorman High School Gales won its fourth high school football national title. They won 3 straight national state titles from 2014 to 16. And whereas Bishop Gorman defeated Liberty High School, Henderson, Nevada on November the 21st, 2023, 56-21 to win the state championship at Allegiant Stadium. And whereas Bishop Gorman finished his season with 12 wins and 0 losses. And whereas Bishop Gorman has received and crowned the 2023 High School National Champion by Max Preps and received a #1 ranking in his final top 25. And whereas Bishop Gorman's football team was selected as the inaugural ESPN High School Football National Champions. And whereas we are proud to recognize the outstanding football season and the dedicated football staff and team that led to winning the state of Nevada in national high school football titles. And now, therefore, we, the mayor and members of the Las Vegas City Council, do hereby proudly proclaim January 17, 2024, Bishop Gorman High School Varsity Football Team Day in the city of Las Vegas, and ask residents and visitors to join us as well. Thank you. Congratulations, Mayor. And then also, we've got something special for you, which these are very, very coveted. People love these, and once you wear it, you're going to go out and you're going to see that we're going to give this to you, a Historic West Side sweatshirt, Historic West Side hat, give you some street cred. I got one for you.
I'll take it.
Yes. So congratulations to you, Coach, and congratulations to the team. We are going to take a quick photo, but you know what? I know that. Come here for a second. I heard you got something for me before we get going.
Before you do that, I want to thank you for all your support.
Yeah.
I've known you for a long time, so thank you so much for all your support and everything. As a football team, we want to present you with a helmet and a little bit of swag for yourself.
Nice.
And Mayor Goodman, we want to present you with a little bit of token of our appreciation too. Thank you.
That's great.
Check that thing out. You gave me a sweatshirt. I gave you a tee. You know, I got you a little swag too. There you go. You put that on, people gonna love it too. Yeah, look at that. Yeah.
2023 state champ. Gorman come with the swag.
Got your little hat too. There, look at that.
Nice.
And more swag.
All right.
Cool. I'm buried. Gorman's buried.
There you go.
Beautiful. Wow. That is beautiful.
Let's grab a pic. Thank you, Alexa. Come on.
I'm gonna put this hat.
All right, team. I need taller people in the back, not so tall people in the front. Yeah. And I need us all to scooch on in the middle.
Shorter guys, squeeze up in the front.
Council, if I can have you take a few steps out. Come on up.
Scoot forward, you guys slide back. Over there.
probably a row in kneeling.
We're only gonna swap for a second.
Right, because we are gonna get cramps. Shoot, Kara.
All right. Everybody ready?
Yes.
Yep, there you go, sorry.
All right.
Thank you. We wish you all the best. For those of you seniors, keep in touch with us so we know what you're up to. And everybody else, stay the course. Bring it home again. We know you can. And we know the passion's there. What a difference from the physical plant from the old days. And Coach, congratulations. So nice to see you. Thank you for the gifts, too. We'll wear them and put them up with great pride. Thank you.
Nice meeting you.
Where's Mr. Rougeroli?
Yes, it is.
Well, they're supposed to get married now. You'll get another generation.
Jim, you take a picture of him? You know Jim Ferris? Ferris.
Sure.
It's his son.
You're Jim from Boulder City?
Yeah, from Boulder City Ferris.
Oh, my heavens, absolutely. Where did you
Hey, what's up, brother? Now, how are related? Nick? Nick's your father? Yeah, grab a picture. Where's your early? Nick. So Nick is your early. His father. All right. Coach.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We'll get on with our business in a couple of minute break. Okay, I think we'll start with agenda item 7. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items, so if anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium, state your name for the record. It's your opportunity to address council, but council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. We'll set the time at 1 minute, and keep in mind we have another public comment period at the end where we can give you more time. Thank you. Morning.
Madam Mayor, Daniel Braisted, B-R-A-I-S-T-E. I want to adjust the comment I made last meeting. I'd like the minutes to reflect it. I talked about advertising on the islands with the yellow cones, and I found out from Mr. Jensen after the meeting that that's illegal. The state law forbids advertising along right-of-ways. So please adjust that and say that it was not possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Jansen. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to make comment in this first public comment? Okay, let's move on to agenda item 8. For possible action, any items from the 9:30 a.m. session that council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, table withdrawn or held in advance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem Knudsen.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 2 items. Item number 27, an appeal of the decision to impose a lien for property located at 2140 America's Cup Circle. A request for an abeyance until the February 7th, 2024 was made by the applicant. And items 46A, 46B, 23-0382-VAR1, STR1 applicant is the City of Las Vegas, owner United States of America, and City of Las Vegas on 5.43 acres at 7351 West Alexander Road. An abeyance was requested by Councilman Alan Polinsky until the February 21st, 2024 City Council meeting. Those will be my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. That motion carries. It's on the monitor rather than our monitors. We'll move on to agenda item 9 for possible action to approve the minutes by reference to the December 20th, 2023 regular City Council meeting. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion to approve those minutes, please?
Move to approve.
Thank you. This motion on agenda item 9. Please vote, and let's post that one too. That motion carries. We'll move on to agenda 10. Items 10 through 23 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine or recommended for approval by the departments. May be enacted in one motion. Note that the record should reflect my abstention. Item 10 as it pertains to medical marijuana, and one of my sons is involved in that industry. I'll be voting on all others. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion on the consent agenda for items 10 to 23?
We'll move to approve the consent agenda items 10 through 23 with a noted abstention on item 10.
Thank you very much. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. We'll move on to agenda item 24. Discussion for possible action regarding approval of complaint and to set a hearing date for disciplinary action against Dollar Express Plus LLC, Faye Tucker, managing member, and Ramon Williams, managing member, whose place of business is located at 1012 West Owens Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada 89106, as holders of General Retail Sales License G67-06725 and Tobacco Dealer License Number G68-03313 for violations of the Las Vegas Municipal Code, Ward 5, with Councilman Creer. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor, members of the council. Deputy City Attorney John Curtis appearing. This is on for discussion for possible action to approve the filing of a disciplinary complaint against Dollar Express Plus LLC and its 2 managing members. We're asking the council to approve the complaint, in which we will be seeking a permanent revocation of this license. By way of very brief background, it's a retail sales establishment that was running a nightclub there after hours, selling liquor, et cetera, but they are out of business and have abandoned the premises, so I don't expect, we'll get it served and set for hearing with the council's permission, but I don't expect a lot of pushback on this. We're just seeking for the record to get a permanent revocation of the license and would ask the council at this time to approve the complaint. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Any comments before I turn this over to Councilman Creer? None.
Jeff
Please,
Dork, Mayor Jeff Dorkak, City Attorney, speaking with Deputy City Attorney Curtis this morning. I think we would recommend the first meeting in March for the set hearing date. So would the motion please include a approval of the complaint and set the hearing for Wednesday, March 6th? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Creer, then, as you give the instruction, please include.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll make a motion to approve item 24 and approve the complaint.
And with that addendum of
Yes.
Mr. Dorkatz on the March 6th.
Thank you.
Thank you. This motion, please vote and please post. The motion carries. We'll move on to thank you, Mr. Curtis.
Thank you.
Move on to agenda item 25, an abeyance item, discussion for possible action regarding the denial of a permanent alcohol referral service license, KNK Global LLC, DBA Honeypot at 2325 Western Avenue, Suite 9, with Councilwoman Diaz. And good morning.
Good morning.
Please.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Darcy Edelby-Hurd, Business Licensing Manager. This is the abeyance item for Honeypot. I don't believe the applicants did come. We did send them notification, sent them several emails and phone calls, and nope, that's not them. And we also went to their property last night, posted notices, and verified this morning that the notices were taken down, so they did receive them. But they are not here today to defend their side of it. So to read into the record, I just wanted to give a brief record of what transpired here. So we're here to discuss and potentially take action on the permanent license for K&K Global LLC, doing business as Honeypot, which is an alcohol entertainment referral service. Honeypot was initially granted a temporary privileged business license for alcohol entertainment on November 16th, 2022. This type of license allows for businesses to send or refer entertainers to an entertainment location. Business licensing received an application for alcohol entertainment referral on August 29th, 2022. An initial internet search revealed a connection to a different operation owned by Tabitha Davis, who is the mother of one of the applicants, Kyla Davis, called the Pink Dragon, which was operating in Clark County as an escort bureau. An escort bureau allows for the arrangement of a escort to accompany others to a social engagement for a fee. Those are two different kinds of licenses. So during the meeting with the applicants on November 1st of 2022, our staff emphasized those differences and outlined the responsibilities associated with the license that they applied for. Staff reminded the applicants that prostitution was illegal and explained the expectations as a license holder for this type of license, what those were, and what the policies and procedures would need to be in place based on our municipal code requirements. It was further clarified that as business owners, they would be responsible for any illicit activity involving the entertainers, even if the entertainer is considered an independent contractor. At the end of November of 2022, a site inspection was conducted with the owners, Amani Brown. Staff was told the business had not yet started, so they proceeded to educate Mr. Brown, and again, telling him the importance of verifying ages and keeping their records as per code. In June of 2023, an area of concern report was received by Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, SIS, which raised red flags regarding the criminal history and potential involvement of illegal adult entertainment services. This report revealed that Mr. Brown was accused of a road rage incident in November of 2019, and on August 3rd, 21, a call for service for an event was generated for drawing a deadly weapon in a threatening manner. This incident was involving Mr. Brown and his uncle, where there was a dispute about money owed for some work performed for his trucking company, OPM Trucking and Logistics. He was arrested later on February 17th, 2022, for an outstanding warrant and 2 counts of assault with a deadly weapon. He eventually pled guilty to 2 counts and was ordered to stay out of trouble for 6 months and take anger management counseling. The report further showed that Kyla Davis was working part-time at Breathless Entertainment, which was owned by her father, James Davis, and full-time at the Pink Dragon Entertainment, which was the business owned by her mother. Both businesses are licensed as escort businesses. The report identified that one of the workers at Pink Dragon, described as a sex worker, was shot and killed by a client after being accused of stealing his wallet. Both Ms. Davis and Ms. Childs, who is also on the license, financials were reviewed and showed their paycheck stubs were zeroed out, and they explained that they were paid in cash, often tipped by the entertainers. The financial deposits for the business supplied revealed multiple deposits from personal accounts, Zelle payments from entertainers, and cash deposits in various increments. The report inferred as being involved in the illegal adult entertainment services. So a meeting took place with the applicants with business licensing staff on July 11th, 2023 to address those concerns. They were to provide an explanation and provide proof of funds to our auditors and team, and some of the documents were provided. On September 12th, 2023, business licensing received an anonymous complaint that the businesses were offering call girl services and that there were individuals living on the site at the office. A compliance case was created, and the complaint was referred back to Metro SIS for further investigation. On November 15th, 2023, an amended report was received that showed that Metro successfully conducted 2 different undercover operations that led to an arrest for being solicited for prostitution. The report further identifies online research that shows the business was promoting on multiple platforms such as partygirls702.com, which offered an all-night experience and the gold standard companionship. Both of those services go beyond the scope of an out-call entertainment license. The report further states that at least 21 of the 21 of the individuals employed by the applicants, including the independent contractors, have prior records related to soliciting prostitution, loitering for prostitution, or have faced arrest for solicitation. It again highlights significant monetary transactions being transferred via Zelle to the owners for referring the entertainers to the jobs. It was discovered in their finances that they were also using Cash App to move money and purchases to Bitcoin, which was explained as a way to pay a vendor overseas. The amounts sent were found to be an odd as a vendor payment, and multiple payments in a single day were like $40, $50, or $60. And the wallet address changed for the transactions for the one vendor. The report indicated that that was unusual behavior. During the undercover operations, it was revealed to the undercover agent that the girls are sent to the hotel room and the initial $250 fee paid to the business directly, but none of that money was for her. But by engaging in further illicit activities such as prostitution and paying her directly at the cost ranging from $1,500 to $3,000, that would allow her to make her money, and in turn would in line with how the tips for the owners for the referral fees to make sense. Over the course of the temporary licenses being issued from November 2022, business licensing compliance completed 8 compliance checks. 1 was a joint inspection with Metro, and issued 3 correction notices. We do have Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Investigative Specialist Michelle Gunn and Sergeant Novotny here today to answer any questions and anything that they want to add to this report. If you have any questions. Our recommendation is to deny this permanent business license.
Thank you very much. Any comments, questions here? Let's turn this over to you, Councilwoman Diaz.
I just want to check with Darcy. Is Metro going to also confirm their findings?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll allow Metro to provide also their investigation report.
How you doing? I'm Sergeant Novotny. I work in SIS. I'm a supervisor up there, and Michelle Gunn is my investigative specialist who handled the investigation.
Good morning, Council. I can answer any questions that you may have. Darcy pretty much outlined the entire case very accurately. We do have audio of one of the undercover operations that was conducted, if you would like to see that.
I think we're at a point that I think you've
Yeah, I think
given us plenty of
yeah.
information.
We just wanted to make sure we heard from you all about having done these operations and gathered data and evidence that basically there's an overwhelming amount of evidence that shows up the folks who requested the license through us was not abiding to the scope of what their business license entitled them to. So with that, I'm going to move, and also them not being here is very telling.
I do have one thing to say.
Yes.
When I was interviewing one of the applicants, I believe it was Kirsten Chiles, she did mention to me when I asked her about the finances, it's particularly the tips, because they were very high increments amount of money for simply an out-call service operator. And they were thousands of dollars. And she made a comment that they all had like $6,000 that they were keeping at home. And I asked why, and she said because the business, the banks are very suspicious of those types of businesses. So,
okay.
Can I ask one question?
Go ahead, Mayor.
Any minors involved in these transactions?
Minors?
Minors.
Not to our knowledge.
Okay, thank you.
All right. With that, I'm going to go ahead and move to deny the permanent license through us in the city and follow our staff and your report. So with that, I move to deny agenda item 25.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to deny on agenda item 25. Follow recommendation there. And so please vote and please post. And do you need, or there it comes. Okay. Thank you, Darcy. Thank you both very much. Appreciate it. We'll move on to agenda item 26, discussion for possible action to consider an appeal of the decision by the City Council designee to impose a lien for $180,000 in daily civil penalties for illegal short-term rental violations for code enforcement case number C21033361 regarding property located 2220 Glen Heather Way, property owners Tsingtao and Yaoqing Ding, Ward 1 with Councilman Knudsen. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, City Council. My name is Rebecca Wolfson, Deputy City Attorney. I am the City Attorney assigned to handle the code enforcement cases, and I'm here to just give you a procedural history as to why we are in front of you today for this appeal. So code enforcement, as you know, is complaint-driven, and with regards to these short-term rentals, they receive complaints, do an investigation, and proceed from there. Once a complaint is investigated, code enforcement issues what they call a nuisance notice in order to comply and sends that to the property owners, telling them to cease their illegal activity and the penalties for failing to do so. If an owner fails to cease their nuisance activity and has not filed an appeal within the appropriate time frame, the city will then seek an administrative warrant which will retrieve the records from Airbnb to create a report of expenses. Once that report of expenses is generated, they present it to the property owner as well as to Mr. Boyer, who has the ability to either issue a lien and record that onto the property or reduce and waive the expenses as Mr. Boyer sees fit. The owner of the property has the option to appeal Mr. Boyer's decision in writing within 10 days, which is what we have before you today. We are here to review the decision by Mr. Boyer, who was presented with all of the evidence in this case. Now, that is the procedural history as to why we are here. Eric McCoy, who is the manager of code enforcement, will come up and give you a history of this specific property itself, and then we will ask the appellant to present his argument on appeal, and then the city will be prepared to respond and answer any questions you may have after they present their argument. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Wilson, please. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Mayor.
Good morning.
Council, Eric McCoy, Code Enforcement Manager. I think to begin with, I'd like to start off with what exactly a short-term rental is, the definition by code. So I have placed here. So under 19 26.12.010 permitted uses. In A and B, it talks about the zoning and what exactly the structures are, but the definition is the commercial use or the making available for commercial use of any residential dwelling unit for dwelling, lodging, or sleeping purposes, wherein any individual guest rents or occupies the entire dwelling unit or one or more individual rooms with units for a period of less than 31 consecutive calendar days. So traditionally, renters rent month to month or for periods of 6 months or a year, but always more than 31 days. So this code is telling you that in the city, you have to have a license to have a business to rent less than 31 days. So that would be if someone chooses to rent for a weekend, you would need a license. For a week, you would need a license. Moving on from there. So, excuse me. Property owner at 2220 Glen Heather is Mr. Tao. There's another individual, I'm going to try to say the name, it's Yongkong Ding. The owner has been the owner of the property since June 4th of 2021. The case was opened August 9th of 2021. The case was made a complaint by an anonymous citizen. The citizen also had located the website and provided it to code. The notice and order was issued August 18th of 2021. The appeal period expired on August 29th of 21. There was no appeal to the notice and order. On the notice and order, the violations were Title 9.04.010, public nuisance, Item 6 for illegal business, operating a business without a current license as required by Title 6, and Title 19.12.010, short-term renting, the code that I just read you. Total number of inspections conducted on the property while the case was open was 11. The total number of citizen complaints received while the case was open was 9. Once the warrant was served, the administrative warrant was served to Airbnb and records were obtained, it was reviewed by staff and we found 365 days had been rented at $500 a day for a fine, civil penalty, equal to $180,000 in fines. The notice and order has some interesting aspects of it. The notice and order is issued to the property owner even when there is a renter involved. So the owner is always responsible for his property. The notice and order is recorded on the property for the county recorder's office. This is to prevent any buyer taking possession of the property and finding out that there's a code violation on the property and not being aware of whatever that violation may be. Normally that falls into permit issues, but in this one, the property has a recorded NNO for the short-term renter. Notice and orders do not expire. The short-term rental fines and civil penalties are placed on the property parcel as a lien. So it was at that lien hearing that the gentleman filed for his appeal, why we're here today. The code could pursue the advertisement under Title IX alone, which in this case was 704 days. In other words, the city could pursue just advertisement, but we, as a policy, pursue land use. So the advertisement was 704 days, which at $500 would have been $352,000 in fines, whereas instead, by pursuing the land use, we have the 365 days of use, which is $180,000. The difference of those two values is $172,000. Just a short breakdown of events that occurred on the case to give you some framework of how the case unfolded. The anonymous citizen complaint came in on August 9th of 2021. It provided us with the Airbnb website. August 11th of 2021, the Inspector Gonzalez found activity citing use. Basically, the site was renting less than 31 days. The calendar accepted as low as 2 nights a minimum stay. The pictures on the actual advertisement matched Airbnb to Realtor.com, so we were confirmed that this was the actual advertisement for this actual property at Glen Heather Way. The notice and order was issued On August 13, 2021, Officer Gonzalez spoke directly to Mr. Tao, notifying him of the violation. On August 18th of 2021, the notice and order was issued for Title IX and Title 19 violations. On September 31st of 2021, the website then showed 31 days of rental advertisement. The property was in compliance. At Code Enforcement, we keep a short-term rental case open for a minimum of 1 year because oftentimes people wait for us to go away and then they go back to the activity after 3 or 4 months, or they take down the site and put up another site. So in this case, as the case proceeded, the case was open for monitoring. Original website was inactive. A new website was found October 2nd at 2021 that was renting for 31 days. We monitored the new site. November 17th of 2021, the website was inactive. February 8th of 2025, I'm sorry, 2022. February 8th of 2022, on-site inspection. We were receiving constant complaints by phone, to include the website, of the neighbors saying that there was Airbnb activity, but the website wasn't showing this. So the officer went out to the property on February 8th of 2022, and he met a short-term renter guest we'll call Brandy, renting from Thursday, February 3rd, 2022 to Sunday, February 6th of 2022. At that time, a $2,000 civil penalty was enforced along with the $132 civil inspection fee. This $2,000 fine was not included into the $180 because it was paid before the $180,000 fine was invoked. August 4th, 2023, Airbnb records showed us that we had activity going back all the way to when we first issued the notice and order. September 29th of 2023, in preparation for the lien hearing, the website that we found, a third website, was inactive, was last listed active of September 14th, 2023. The listing had 67 reviews, 1 in September, 2 in August, 3 in July for 2023. The listing also showed a registration number, which was supposed to be a city business license, which was non-existent. So something interesting about the warrant is the warrant return showed 365 days of renting on an average of $351 a night fee. The Airbnb user identified themselves to Airbnb as 1512 Brian Marr, and also with a fictitious city business license. The morning of check-in, what was happening is the host was sending an email the morning of telling people you're not going to Brian Marr, you're going to Glen Heather instead. And they would provide them with a checkout date and the password for the Wi-Fi. So basically, the Airbnb site said they were Brian Marr, but when you go and get the rental the day or the morning of, the host is telling you, don't go there, go to this other address, which is Glen Heather. And we do have, by warrant, we obtained the emails, transactions going back and forth between the host and the customer, where it actually says, don't go to Brian Marr, go to 2220 Glen Heather, and what the check-in times are and the Wi-Fi password. That was obtained with the warrant from Airbnb. So that's the framework of the case that the city had when we proceeded with going to the lien hearing with Mr. Boyer.
Okay, any questions? I'd like to ask, number one, are the owners local? Or is the property on Glen Heather, is that owned by out-of-town individuals?
So the property owner, let me look here at the notice and order.
And they're two individuals, so if they're together, are both local ownership, or are they both from out of town, or only one out of town?
The address comes back to an address in Portland, Oregon, on Priscilla Court.
Okay, and that was from June or summertime of 21, that purchase of that property?
I'm sorry, ma'am?
The property was purchased in the summer, early summer of 2021, correct?
Correct. June.
Okay, and it does show, because I see there are two names in the property owner, so wondering, but if in fact you said Portland, that would be for both, I would gather? The mailing address?
Yes, ma'am. The mailing address was for both.
Okay, and how many cumulatively, how many violations from the point of purchase in June of 2021 to the point of action by the city?
The notice and order expired on August 29th of 2021, so we would have requested the records to go back from the day we sent it to August 29th of 2021, and that was 365 days of rental.
365 in that timeline, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And then, since you first, or the city first filed there, here we are now, and so it's over total 2 years. And beyond the citations and notifications, there's been no action, correct?
No, there's been no further action.
Okay, okay. So those answer my questions. Any comments, questions here? Any comments, questions there? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem. Are we going to hear from Ms. Wolfson? Will we hear from them?
Yes, and I believe that the owner, as well as his attorney, is here to present their argument on appeal.
Okay.
That's correct.
Great. Good morning. Good morning, Madam Mayor. Good morning, city council members. Thank you for your time today. I'm sure these type of cases come before the city quite a bit. We would just submit for purposes of this
Sir, can you please state your name for the record?
I'm sorry. My name is Andrew Bell, bar number 10508. I'm here representing the homeowner, Shin Tao. He is one of the named individuals that the code enforcement brought up. He's here today. He used to reside in Vegas. As the city mentioned, he purchased the property in June of 2021. Okay. So I think, in all due respect to the code's findings, the biggest issue is that there is an implication that from August 2021 to September 2023, this activity has been ongoing with no remediation efforts by my client. And my client sat there and either allowed this to happen or was participating in this activity. And at the hearing on November 16th, we presented evidence that not only did my client try to stop whatever was happening, he did take action to ensure that this activity ceased to continue. In August 2021, when we received the notice, he immediately stopped his activity. He did not know that he needed a license to engage in short-term rentals. He got this notice, he stopped. All right? And I believe Mr. McCoy's presentation indicated in September of 2021, there was an indication that the property was being rented long-term at that point, which supports my client's position. Now, on top of that, at the hearing, we presented as of November 2021, my client rented out the property to a tenant, Ryan Murphy, for 2 years. A 2-year lease was entered into at that point. All right? And nothing occurs until about December of 2021, when there is some indication that short-term rental activity is continuing. When my client hears that, he contacts the code enforcement. He speaks with the tenant. What is going on here? Why is there activity? You cannot be doing this. I rented this to you for 2 years. And the tenant explained to him, nothing's going on. We don't know what you're talking about. Then in February of 2022, my client gets a notice that says, we're fining you $2,132 because for 4 days in February of 2022, this property was being rented, which I believe Mr. McCoy also referred to, that they spoke with someone at the property, right? My client gets this notice. He immediately reaches out to the tenant again. What is going on? You cannot be doing this. He sought legal counsel to try and evict Mr. Murphy at that point. But at that time, I was not his counsel, but at that time, he was told basically that there's nothing you can do. There's no proof that Mr. Murphy is taking these actions. So from the February 2022 incident all the way until April of 2023, nothing happens. There's nothing from code enforcement. There's no notices that money is being owed. There's no complaints or any indication that activity is ongoing with the property, right? He has not received any notices that fines are accruing or that additional activity is occurring. So the warrant in this matter, I apologize, let me reference the record. We have City Council page 179. That is the declaration of posting of the notice and compliance order in August of 2021. The next document we see, City Council page 217, we have the search and seizure warrant issued as of April 2023. So we have a time period of almost 2 years before this administrative warrant goes out. Now, it calls into question, number one, my client is made aware of a February 2022 incident and nothing else. For all he knows, this issue is resolved. And now that I think about it, during the hearing, we also showed emails where he attempts to reach out to Airbnb to say, look, there's these pictures of the property on there. It's not my property. This property is not on Airbnb. It's being shown as representative of another property being rented. So what I'm trying to say is these attempts to remediate whatever issue is going on continues. At the same time, he is not receiving any notice that additional issues are ongoing. So we have the warrant that's issued in 2023 as a result of some complaints. Again, these complaints, citizens are allowed to make complaints, but there's no evidence that the property is actually being rented out, nor is my client receiving notice of these issues. And then we look to the evidence that is obtained from Airbnb as a result of this warrant, right? Now I would reference the key document in our opinion is City Council page 276 to 277. This was the the code enforcement's ultimate conclusion as to how long the property has been rented and for how many days. And we submit to this tribunal that on page 276, this property, 2220 Glen Heather Way, is listed 4 times, from September 2021 to October 2021, 4 times. The remainder of the dates that make up the 360-day total is all 1512 Brian Marr Avenue, not the property, Brian Marr. So what is the explanation for this major discrepancy? It's not the property being listed, it's another property address. And the explanation is, well, the records are showing that it's not Brian Marr, this other address being rented, it's actually Glen Heather. We're supposed to draw that conclusion that it's actually this property. It's not Brian Marr, the one that's listed on these documents, it's actually Glen Heather. And they cite to the Airbnb notes, which state, and I'll read it to you. This was, it's not in the City Council record, unfortunately, but it's in the hearing binder for the November 16th hearing. Roughly bait stamps, my apologies, 1428 to 1474. And they have Airbnb notes which state to the extent that the check-in is at 2220 Glen Heather Way. That's the check-in for this property. Now, we believe it's a stretch to conclude from that statement that therefore it is not Brian Marr being rented out. It is Glen Heather because that's where you check in to access the property. And in this case, ladies and gentlemen, my client is being fined the maximum $500 per day for an act that he tried to stop, where the evidence is, quite frankly, not entirely conclusive that it was actually this property being rented out. And on top of that, he rented the property out pursuant to a 2-year lease to the tenant. So we're not here, ladies and gentlemen, to say, well, he shouldn't be responsible. He had no idea. That's not what we're saying. We know he's the homeowner. He is brought into this mess by perhaps an individual who, at best, defrauded him, and he probably has criminal and civil action against that individual. But that's beside the point. The point is, he is being subject to the maximum fine allowed by law in these circumstances. In circumstances where he was not involved, there's no evidence he had any involvement with the activity that he is being accused of. And one last point, respectfully for your consideration. Is that if we look at City Council, page 247, to approximately (251), it lists the alleged timeline of activity where stays occurred. It's rather specific. It has it, by month, by year, how many stays during that month and year. If we take that information and we cross-reference it with City Council 276 to 277, which listed at 360 days of violations, they don't match. They don't entirely match. So that again draws into the question, how many properties are we dealing with? Can the code enforcement conclusively draw the conclusion that this property is the property being rented out? Now, if we had another warrant, not only for 2220 Glen Heather, but also 1512 Brian Marr, I think that would conclusively demonstrate what exactly happened here. Because if they pulled the records for 1512 Brian Marr and there's no rental activity there, then okay, I think their conclusion is more reasonable under those circumstances. But that was not done here. They're just assuming that because of the Airbnb records that reflect another property, it is conclusively tied to 2220 Glen Heather. And we respectfully submit that cannot be the conclusion given the evidence before the court. I'm sorry, before this tribunal. And with that, we would submit unless the Madam Mayor or the council members have any questions.
Thank you very much. Going to go to council. Any comments, questions? Councilwoman Bruni, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for Mr. McCoy. Mr. McCoy, I know that you've proposed, or the city is proposing, fining for the number of days where we actually can confirm a rental, but historically, do we tend to impose fines for the number of days advertised?
No, ma'am. No. We only go after the items that are on the day of use. That's the office policy that was on the advice of the city attorney's office, that was more practical and more reasonable than advertisement.
Thank you. Pertinent question. Anything? Councilwoman Valensky or Councilwoman Diaz, please. Yes.
Thank you, Andrew. Could you ask your client, Mr. Tao, I looked up in the assessor records, and he also owns another home in the city, but the mailing address is Pomona, California. Where does he reside?
Can you answer directly, or should I? Okay, whatever.
Yeah, I'm not sure, because he's tenant, I didn't ask, but
Can you state your name for the record, sir? Your name.
Your name, please.
My name is Xin Tao. Yeah. My tenant, so he's called Ryan Murphy. I think he owns another property or rented another property that I'm not aware of. So I don't know exactly. I know where he lives. I mean, that's in his. When I do background check, I saw there is his home address. But if he's renting another property, that I don't know. But based on some conversation with code enforcement before, this individual may be fraudulent, like doing some fraudulent activities, and within maybe Las Vegas event, he may rent multiple properties to do Airbnb. That's what I got a response from the code enforcement a while ago.
And he currently resides in Florida.
He resides in Florida. Does he own 5225 Mambo Vista Avenue in Las Vegas, Nevada?
Murphy? No. Oh no, I no. My the other property is in Orlando. Sorry, it's in Oregon, Portland. That's my property. It's, I don't know the California. I don't live ever in California.
Mr. McCoy, then based on your response to Councilwoman Bruni for the policy or recommendations coming out of the department, if you add up the occupancy in Airbnb, what would that recommendation be? Or is it the totality of the 180,000?
Unfortunately, ma'am, I have to go with the totality of it. The gentleman, he ran an Airbnb at this resident prior to us getting involved. He stopped. He let the renter take control of the property. He himself has said that on 3 occasions he interacted with the renter for doing Airbnb or the accusation of Airbnb. The neighbors were able to find the website and send it to us every single complaint. We found the website. He could have gone on the website and talked. I'm sure there's an avenue with his legal advice on a renter advertising with pictures of his house and then telling him, it's Brian Marr, I'm not really using this activity at your house. And in response to the gentleman's attorney, he cherry-picked one conversation out of the emails. But this conversation on February 9th of 22, the interaction between the host and the renter was, good morning, we hope you're looking forward for your upcoming stay. Here are some instructions in anticipation of your arrival. Check-in time is 3 p.m., check-out time is 10 a.m., quiet hours at 10 p.m., address 2220 Glen Heather, and the address you received via email was approximate. We do not send the exact location until the morning of your check-in to protect the privacy of the guests. So, I mean, they're giving the address right then and there in the interaction along with the Wi-Fi password and the hours of operation. It's unfortunate that the fee amount is so high, but this gentleman was aware something was going on this property. He went to an attorney, and also he could have gone on Airbnb himself. He's used it. He was a host at one time, and he could have addressed the matter with his renter using his images of his property if he was unaware of the address change.
Thank you. I don't know if Ms. Wolfson, anything else to add?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of points just in response to the owner's attorney. The concept that they're blaming this on the renter is not an issue before you today. He is the owner of the property. He is responsible for what occurs on his property, including the illegal activity that occurs on his property. If he has a dispute with this renter, that is something that can be handled in a private matter between him and the renter. Next, there was reference to this notice of eviction in the record. There is no notice of eviction within the record before you or before Mr. Boyer. In fact, you have the same evidence that Mr. Boyer had before him, which included all of these messages that we keep referencing today. In response to the Bryn Mawr address, there's no evidence that the city has ever received a complaint that any Airbnb activity was occurring at the Bryn Mawr address. In fact, as the messages and the evidence suggest, all of this activity was occurring at Glen Heather, which is what we have before you today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, assuming we have was there any follow-up? Nope. Okay, Councilman Knudsen. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mr. McCoy and Ms. Wilson. I appreciate the efforts. We have a couple of new members on the council, so I just kind of want to walk through the process over the last couple of years because coming into office in 2019, I was overwhelmed with the number of short-term complaints. I'm almost certain that I'm one of the anonymous complaints against this property because I am constantly getting texts, emails, calls, pulled aside in the grocery store about short-term rentals within Glen Heather in particular and McNeil and all the other neighborhoods that I represent. What I found when I came into office is we didn't have this process. We would have a number of code issues, and people who wanted to appeal those code issues could come to City Council. At the time, I felt that we were unduly being persuaded by representatives who understood the political process or understood that if they were to connect with elected officials, they could potentially plead a case in front of City Council and have those fees or fines waived. It's because of that that Councilwoman Seaman and I sponsored an ordinance about 2 years ago to at least put a middleman in between the people making a case and the City Council. And so that ordinance allowed for a city-appointed designee, the City Council designee, to be a little bit more impartial, to hear both sides of the case, the city's case and anybody who is on the opposite side of the city. And they would have all the facts. They are someone who has knowledge, information, and staff there to help them make a decision without, say, politics getting in the way. And so that ordinance has been in place for a couple of years now. I think this is the first time I think somebody has appealed that City Council designee's decision. I might be wrong on that, but this is the first time that I remember it. And so there's a couple of things that are relevant for me is, one, the City Council designee imposed a fee of $180,000. This is based on the 365 days recommended by the city and our city attorney. I am assuming within that proceeding between the city, the defendant, and the City Council designee that all the information and facts were available. The City Council designee had the same information that we do at this point. Is that correct? Do they have any information that we weren't presented?
No, that is correct. All the information was presented to Mr. Boyer.
Okay, so the City Council designee, Mr. Boyer, had all the same information, and with what was in front of him, he made a decision to impose a $180,000 fee. You have every right to appeal that decision within the city law to the City Council, but what I want to do is point the City Council to page number 2 in your appeal letter, which states that at no time did the division present evidence that Mr. Tao profited from the tenant's actions. Indeed, if Mr. Murphy, who's the renter, took the actions alleged by the division, Mr. Tao is now a victim of Mr. Murphy's fraudulent concealment and potential criminal acts against Mr. Tao. Mr. Murphy has vacated the property as of September 2023. That's on page 22. So the statement that I think is relevant is Mr. Tao is now a victim of Mr. Murphy's fraudulent activities. If that's the case, your issue is with Mr. Murphy, not with the City of Las Vegas. Over the last couple of years, I think we've seen, within the state of Nevada, we've seen a lack of enforcement of laws, which has created issues that were unprecedented and hard to anticipate. We talk about it every council meeting. I think if we continue to erode laws by not enforcing the fees and fines associated with them, we continue to lose the dignity of our neighborhoods. And that is those calls that I'm getting, those Glen Heather residents are calling me, texting me, emailing me, saying we're losing the dignity, the respect of our neighborhood because we have people coming in short-term rental. So with that, I'm very comfortable with the City Council designee's recommendation of $180,000, his decision, and I would motion to uphold the decision of the City Council designee unless there's other information that you'd like me to have.
And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Knudsen. If your desire is to uphold the decision of Mr. Boyer, then you must do a motion to deny the appeal of the appellant here before you today.
Okay, makes sense to me. So I would like to uphold the decision of the City Council designee. Mr. Bao, I would encourage you to seek criminal activity or go just to seek something against the tenant, Mr. Murphy. But the issue before the City Council, the appeal, I would motion to deny at this point.
Okay, everyone, there is a motion to deny. Please vote and please post.
That would be aye. My thing got knocked out.
Thank you, and that motion carries denied, but then to go ahead, that's your choice of what you do, but I think the neighborhood truly, I mean, we have been dealing with this for years, and so I think that was a wise and good, fair decision, and owner must stand up and take care of what's done with their own properties. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry, will we be receiving an order in some regard, or a written order of today's decision?
I mean, this decision is final action for purposes of judicial review. I'm not sure if the clerk typically sends out decisions. It's my understanding, no. So this is final action.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Dorkak, how did they get the official, or is that it?
I think what Deputy City Attorney Wilson said is correct. I'm not sure 100% about Seth, Director Floyd's process. Do you guys send out something after a denial of an appeal like this? They will. So that'll be the written document, but thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Agenda item 27 has been obeyed to the 7th of February. So we're on to agenda item 28. Discussion for possible action to accept the audit report, City of Las Vegas Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, ACFR, for fiscal year ending June 30, 2023. Reference all wards, and good morning.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of council. Susan Heltzley, Director of Finance, for the record. I am here today with Kathy Lai. She is from Crow LLC or LLP, and they were our auditors who conducted the audit, and she will present the audit report.
Thank you. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning again. Kathy Lai with Crow. I'm the audit engagement partner for the City of Las Vegas, and I'm pleased to report the audit results for the city's financial reports as well as their single audit. Before I begin, I just wanted to acknowledge our Crow client service team. It takes a lot of hours and a lot of effort to conduct the audit, and I certainly appreciate all of that, and likewise the efforts of the city's finance department. My agenda here is very brief. I'm just going to cover quickly the audit objectives, second the audit results, and then wrap up with required communications. So as far as the engagement objectives, we were engaged to determine whether or not the financial statements for the City of Las Vegas were fairly stated in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. We conducted our audit in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards, and then likewise government auditing standards as your recipient of federal grants. Those are my responsibilities as the auditor. It's also important to outline the responsibilities of management. They are fully responsible for the financial statements and all the related internal controls. Likewise, with respect to the federal grants audit, they're responsible for compliance with all those federal guidelines, and likewise the internal controls to ensure compliance. At the conclusion of the audit, we have issued a variety of reports. First, the independent auditor's report. Second, the independent auditor's report related to the government auditing standards, and then, of course, the required communications today. Other reporting compliance, I mentioned that the city is a recipient of federal grants. In fact, you've expended approximately around $98 million for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2023. And so that requires for the city to undergo a federal grants audit, or otherwise known as the uniform guidance audit. And so we issue an independent auditor's report on compliance for each major federal program. And in this case, of the $98 million, your largest program was the coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds. So no surprise there. It was around $68 million, I believe, of the $98 million. So now for the audit results. Again, I'm very pleased to report that we have issued an unmodified opinion. So our financial statements opinion stated that the financial statements were fairly stated. In this year, there were two accounting standards that were applicable related to the city. That was GASB 94, the public-private and public-public partnerships standard, or P3s for short. And then also GASB 96 was related to the subscription-based IT arrangements. And so management had implemented those, and we had no comments there. With respect to the Uniform Guidance Report, again, I'm pleased to report that we had no compliance findings related to the federal grants, and likewise no internal controls related to federal grants. But with respect to the internal controls over financial reporting, we did have two recommendations that I wanted to go over with you. During the course of the audit, we had two audit adjustments that really related to the proper revenue recognition. The first one was the Ground Emergency Medical Transportation, or GEMT, revenue recognition. As we were auditing, we proposed and management corrected an adjustment to increase revenue recognition in the amount of $71.6 million. This impacted not only the general fund, but then likewise the governmental activities, government-wide statements within the ACFR. We proposed those adjustments and management corrected them. There was a second adjustment related to revenue recognition, and that was in relation to the multi-purpose special revenue fund, where they were missing an entry to record $2.7 million in revenue as opposed to unavailable revenue. And so our recommendation there, seeing a theme with respect to the two adjustments, is just to enhance the internal controls over proper revenue recognition in accordance with the generally accepted accounting principles. Now for the required communications, as I mentioned before, the first thing I wanted to note is the significant accounting policies. Management spends quite an amount of time making sure that they have the appropriate summary of significant accounting policies related to the financial statements, and I point you to footnote 1 of the report. Second, management judgments and accounting estimates. Every set of financial statements includes estimates. A great example of that would be your retirement obligations, your healthcare obligations that require actuarial valuations. So no comments there, but just wanted to point out that there are in fact estimates. I mentioned generally accepted accounting principles. The Governmental Accounting Standards Board, or GASB, has issued all of these different standards that management had to go through and consider for implementation. And as I mentioned before, there were 2 standards that impacted the financial statements, GASB 94 and 96, and no comments there. As I mentioned previously with my recommendations on the internal control front, on the corrected misstatements, we did propose and management did correct the revenue recognition journal entries for the GEMT revenue and then also for the multi-purpose special revenue. And then we did not note any uncorrected misstatements that were material that we needed to bring to your attention. And then last but not least, it's quite the opposite, in fact. We didn't note any significant accounting policies in controversial areas, unusual transactions, or difficulties with management. In fact, again, it was quite the opposite. We certainly appreciate management's cooperation throughout the audit. I'm happy to address any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lai. Comments, questions here? Thank you, and Mayor Pro Tem, yes, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for the presentation and the work of the finance staff. I just wanted to see if you could provide a little bit more background on the 2 findings, and then Ms. Halsey, if you're able to talk about our role in correcting those.
Sure thing. Again, Susan Heltsley, Director of Finance, for the record. Our 2 findings both had to do with revenue recognition. The first was for the money that we received from the state to reimburse us for the ambulance. When we run the ambulance routes, we can put into Medicaid to get reimbursed for those. And historically, since we don't know how much money we're going to get from them, we could submit $20 million and they could give us all 20, or they could give us 12. So historically, it hasn't been consistent, and it also takes about 2 years to get the money. So we had been recognizing when we received it, and after talking it over with the auditors, we need to be making an estimate of how much we would be getting if it was actually for this fiscal year and also the prior fiscal year. That's where that $71 million came from. So we have adjusted it. It basically added an asset and a liability to our balance sheet. There was really no impact to our income statement or our bottom line. So it just grossed up assets and liabilities. And on the $2.7 million in the multipurpose fund, we were receiving payments from the county for the RJC, and accounting is funny because when you're in modified accrual accounting, if something affects you within 60 days of your close, you have to recognize it as revenue. And we had it as unavailable revenue, and we had to reclassify it, I think, as unearned revenue.
Unavailable.
Yeah, it was a switch, but again, it was a balance sheet transaction. We didn't actually get the cash until this fiscal year. So in FY24, we received the cash, reduced our receivable, but we fixed the unavailable revenue the prior year. So it's going forward, we know how to recognize that, so we made the adjustments in the FY23 fiscal year.
And if I might interrupt on that, Mayor Pro Tem, so that prior to this recommendation, we had some type of notification, but we just didn't know the amount.
Correct.
So it's sort of like footnote or a star that So it's not that there was anything out of order or hidden. It was just a matter of waiting for an absolute or closer estimate to the amount of funding.
That's correct, Madam Mayor. In accounting, if you have an estimate that's reasonable or you know when you're going to be getting it, you should be booking it. And we felt in our finance team, prior to this, we really didn't know what the number was going to be. We also didn't know when we would get it. So we chose to recognize it when we received the cash. And in consultation with the auditors, we determined that's not the best methodology. So we're coming up with an estimate on how much we think we will recover from the state.
But that will be noted that it's an estimate.
Correct.
And that we're not held if you overestimate or underestimate. It's an estimation, period.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much.
I was just going to say, how I interpret that is we need to recognize the slowness of the state and the county. Is that?
Pretty much.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. So we would have a motion, if we might, please, Mayor Pro Tem.
Again, with appreciation to everybody who worked on this. I know it's a lot of work. I would move to approve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve agenda item 28, and thank you both, Ms. Lime, Ms. Helmsley, and please post. That motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'd just like to take a second just to recognize the Finance Department for all of their hard work on this, and also their Crow team. It was a good partnership this year.
Wonderful. We're very grateful. And so now we're on to agenda item 29, discussion for possible action regarding the appointment of Brian Smith as acting city auditor until such time as a new mayor is sworn in, item that can be brought before the council consideration regarding a permanent appointment. This is $13,746.02. I would like to make a comment right up front that for those of you, why are we dealing with any issue at all? Our 23.5-year auditor who reports by charter directly to the mayor and council has retired as of yesterday. You'll hear from Mr. Zamora. But in 2000, Radford K. Snelding took office as the city council and mayor at that time. Saw a need to have an independent audit that was reporting directly to the council and mayor, and not an audit that would be working under the totality of the city manager form of government. And so not only did that take place in 2000, it passed into ordinance into the charter of the city council. And so this is a permanent, there are 3 positions that the electeds appoint and one or retain. One is the city manager, 2 independently is the city attorney, and 3 is the independent auditor. And for the action that took place in 2000, it was relatively novel, although other cities' electeds do have it. But this certainly works more to the transparency and check and balance of what is going on in particular governments. So we are very sorry that Mr. Snelding has retired. And at this point, I'll turn it over to you, please, Mr. Zamora.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor and Council. For the record, Vince Zamora, Human Resources Director. Mayor, you made my job very easy. I was going to summarize the same points that you just made, and that is that by way of background, the city auditor does report to Mayor and Council that with the recent retirement of Mr. Snelding, which was yesterday, the item before you that you have before you is to appoint an acting city auditor, and then once a new mayor is sworn in, an item can be brought forward for permanent appointment. That is the item, discussion item before you today.
Okay, so at this point, aside to thank Mr. Snelding and his team, there are 7 in the office, is that correct?
I believe we have 6.
Thank you. Yes, please, Councilwoman Seaman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, Mr. Zamora, can you please explain the possible options for hiring a new city auditor?
There would be generally three options, and they're no different than the process that we recently went through with city attorney. You may go ahead and appoint an individual outright. You may go ahead and direct me to conduct an internal recruitment only, or you may direct me to go ahead and conduct an external recruitment.
Okay, thank you. Yes, please, certainly.
So I want to start by thanking our retiring city auditor, Radford Snelding, for his years of dedicated service to the city and wish him well into retirement. In over almost 4.5 years on the audit committee, serving as chairman for the last 2, I truly appreciate the outstanding work done by the entire team of the auditor's office. 2 of our top priorities, which the mayor talked about as elected officials, is to safeguard the taxpayers' money and provide complete transparency regarding how that money is spent. That is why it is essential that we move forward with appointing Brian Smith as our acting city auditor, and at the same time direct Human Services to open up a regional search for a permanent replacement, and of course hoping Brian Smith is going to apply, so that the important work of the audit committee can continue. So at this time, Madam Mayor, can I make a motion?
Yes, and I do want to thank you in particular, because I know your involvement with the individuals as well has been very successful and very important. So you know the operation, and 2, knowing that it is part of the charter of the responsibility. So please, unless there's any other comment, question there?
Yes, please, Madam Mayor, Council. Again, Vince Zamora. I do want to give you a little bit of background on Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith is our internal audit section manager. He was promoted in April of 2017. He started with the city March 1st of 1999, so come this March, he will have completed 25 years worth of service to the city. Prior to working for the city, Brian was an audit manager with Ernst & Young. He has a bachelor's and master's degree in accounting from BYU. He is a licensed CPA and a certified fraud examiner.
Wow, thank you very much. I did not know that. Thank you.
I would like to make a motion to appoint Brian Smith as the acting city auditor and instruct Human Resources to put out a regional recruitment for a permanent city auditor.
Thank you very much. Unless there's any comment.
I'm just going to make a quick comment. I am in favor of appointing Mr. Smith. I am not in favor of doing an open recruitment at this point, so I'm going to be a no on this particular motion. Mr. Smith, it has nothing to do with you. I think you'd be great in the temporary role and be happy to support you in that, if that's the next motion.
Okay. Councilman Creer.
I have a question. So, absent of a search, we're saying that we would appoint him to the position, and then at a later date, we would come back and figure out the best route to move forward to getting a permanent person?
Jeff Dorgak, City Attorney, and I'll defer to Vince in a second. To what's already been said in the motion that's on the floor, I would advise, based on what I'm hearing, that the motion only involve an up or down appointment of Mr. Smith. After you complete that vote, let's have a discussion which is basically direction to Mr. Zamora about what he should do next, which would go to Councilman Creer's question, and Mr. Zamora can then come back with an item, or if he can kind of get it going without it, he doesn't have to, but he will work with Mr. Jansen to make sure that the council's updated. But let's do the motion I would recommend on the auditor, the interim auditor, acting auditor first.
Thank you. I think that is very clear, and that's exactly, I've looked at Councilwoman Seaman. She's fine with that.
Yes.
So do we rescind what's on the
I rescind my motion.
Fine, and make another one, please.
I would like to motion that Brian Smith be appointed as temporary auditor until we decide on a new one.
All right, so there's a motion to appoint Brian Smith as interim auditor. Please vote and please post. That motion carries unanimously.
Correct.
Now, the second one, thank you, Brian, please. There he is, please come up. And we know, I didn't know you started before Radford Snelding, a whole year.
Madam Mayor, City Council, thank you for giving me this opportunity to serve in this acting role for a period. Yes, I was hired by an acting city auditor back in March 1999, and I just want to say what an honor it's been to work for the city for the past 25 years. Had some great experiences, met many great people, and I also want to second your appreciation for Rad Snelding. He's been a great friend, colleague, and mentor over the years, and I've appreciated his service for the city.
Thank you, and congratulations, and we appreciate that. And now, Mr. Dorkak, please, your second recommendation.
So at this point, to be safe with the agenda item, we would want to keep it specifically to some direction from each member or to whoever has ideas and direction they'd like to give to Mr. Zamora and Mr. Jansen about what they would want a process to look like for the auditor selection. And then we can put something together, either come back with the council with that item laid out, or if we're completely all over the place, we'll have to bring a separate item back just to discuss it again.
Yes, please, Councilman Creer.
So technically, we've made a decision on that particular item, and but the item says to make the appointment of Brad, and I'm just trying to get clarity. I'm not trying to, be by any means, but it says make the appointment of Brian Smith as acting. We've done that. So with that item 29 be closed, and then with this, if someone wants to come back and say, I like to bring it for discussion, would that come under item 53 under council emerging issues?
That would be appropriate too. If you want to wait till the end of the meeting, we could discuss it there.
Well, I'm not. Oh, well, you guys are the legalese.
I think we're asking if
Yeah.
we can
You can do it in either spot. Because this item was written with a discussion or with a note about the consideration for the permanent appointment, there was notice enough given that we would be talking about, okay, what step comes next? So that's where we would talk about the direction right now to Mr. Zamora.
So is it appropriate to make that motion?
We don't need a motion, we just need some feedback from council. And then we can figure out what needs to be brought back as an agenda item.
Yes, please, Councilwoman Dean.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just hearing the amount of time Mr. Smith has been with the city, he does have a very good base and knowledge of our city. And also just recently having gone through some department directors moving on from the city and then having to replace those roles, it seems like we may have a deep enough bench. So my appetite is not to do a national search for the long-term future of the role. I think if we do a regional, that would be great. I don't think we need to go beyond the region and spend money trying to look for folks in other places, because I think we probably have a pretty good amount of folks to consider here. So those are my 2 cents about next steps and looking for filling in the role permanently. I do like the way we went about it for the city attorney position, where we were able to have the sit down, the interview. It just gives us council members a really solid idea of the folks that we're considering for the role, the depth of knowledge and the experience to assume that next new role. So that's my humble opinion. I would love to see a regional search, and I would love to have it set up in a way much like the city attorney and city manager processes, where we get to sit down and have an interview with them.
We can do that with the city manager.
Now, I think the appetite's there as to what Councilwoman said and what Councilwoman Seaman, and looking at, and yes, please.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'd just like to say congratulations, Mr. Smith. There's a lot of conversation up here, but acknowledging you and how much time you spent at the city, and I've done multiple audits with you back in the day, so I appreciate how much time and energy you put into the city. My personal opinion is I'm not supportive of doing anything for at least in the next year, just because as a council we get 3 people, and we've completely it's changed out the management of over the last 6 months. So everything is brand new already, and 2 out of 3 have been replaced. And so I think as far from the city perspective, I think stability is good. I wouldn't mind seeing in the role for the next year, and then bringing it back later for conversation. That's my opinion.
So, Mr. Dorkak. what can be done at this point, or do we bring it back as an emerging issue? We shouldn't be voting on.
Correct. We're not going to be voting on anything. Jeff Dorkak, City Attorney, for the record. If I recall, Councilwoman Seaman's sentiment with her original motion, was it for a regional search? Was that what was it? So basically, with the feedback from 3 members, Vince has 2 disparate points brought up. One would be a regional search, the other would be wait a year. So the only way to resolve that would be a individual discussion item at a later council meeting to make that decision, which would go to Councilman Kerr's point. We don't want to go completely off of what we have in front of us.
Okay, we have a question for you. We have a couple. Let me go to Councilwoman Bruni first, and Councilwoman Diaz to get clarity here.
Well, I can hold if we're going to have a discussion item at some point later. I think it's unfair to a person to have them be in an interim role for so long, so I'd like to actually accelerate the review process or the regional search. And again, I hope Mr. Smith will apply, but I'd like to accelerate it. Thank you.
Okay, so we're back to the conversation. Councilwoman Diaz?
And so what I'm hearing from Mayor Pro Tem makes some sense to me as well. And we're going through an election cycle where some of us hope to be back. And then we know that our mayor is unfortunately termed out. And I think, like, just thinking ahead and giving folks that are going to come on board an opportunity as well, I do see that I don't have any qualms about having an interim for the rest of this year, maybe setting the process up once the new mayor is sworn in to then do that regional search and then consider, because time flies, it's going to go by super fast, and I know that we've adjusted the salary temporarily, but if you feel, Mr. Zamora, that we're not compensating our new interim appropriately, then I would be more than happy to make sure that we reconsider and adjust the standards, because I think who has the role should get the benefits that go along with having the role. But saying that, I would support Mayor Pro Tem's vision and holding off, keeping some continuity, and then allowing the future electeds to also have a say in that selection process, because it is one of 3 key employees that we have direct authority over.
Okay, and going further, Mr. Dorkak, first of all, or second of all, or third of all, I want to congratulate Brian Smith on this. My original thought, once I had heard from Mr. Snelding he was stepping aside, was because exactly what has been said here, with the new administration from the tip top of the country all the way down, and with Councilman Creer, there hasn't been an application for the position of mayor, but should he continue on his pursuit, that gives an open spot in Ward 5. Then we have other members who's just been spoken to by Councilwoman Diaz that they hope to return, and I certainly wish them the best. It's been a great council. But because of the fact that the city manager, while he's been with us 20-plus years, is new in that position with a new deputy team serving with him, even though certainly on the team people have been here a long time. I am leaning absolutely in my recommendation, because every year, or according to the contract by the mayor and council, our appointees, city manager, city auditor, and city attorney, come to review every year. And so I don't think the time is right. My preference would be to make this a permanent position, and as each year, or whatever the contract would be, for continuity, because there's so much change and there's so much going on, not only in the city but in the county and in the state and in the region and in the world. That stability at this point, history, and because it's part of the charter again. So not knowing and not being an attorney, does this because I want like more of the conversation, and I wouldn't be opposed to what anybody wants to do because I think dialogue's healthy, competition's healthy, but I like to see, and knowing I've spoken at length with Councilman Knudsen because of his 7 years working as a member of the staff before becoming city council member, so he has a longevity there as well that goes back 10 years or whatever. A deep memory seems to be it. So the conversation, what do we do with this, is the main thing, to be legitimate and make it.
Thank you, ma'am. Jeff Dorkak, City Attorney. The discussion was good, and it, I think for Mr. Zamora and myself, and I'm sure Mr. Jansen actually gave us what we were looking for. What I would recommend, based on the discussion, is we have 3 weeks until the next City Council meeting, first one in February. So if we want to, we could do it as early as that. The item is going to look something like discussion for possible action to authorize the Human Resources Director to conduct a search for a permanent auditor, including scope of search and release date for recruitment, something like that. In other words, what we want to capture is, are we searching regionally or internally only, and what is the date, because that's where we have some disagreement, what is the date for Mr. Zamora to put that out? So we can put that agenda item on, to your point, Mayor, to continue the discussion as early as the next City Council meeting and get it all finalized, and by the end of that meeting, Mr. Zamora is going to know when he needs to put out a recruitment and who he is sending it to.
Therefore, all that legal mumbo-jumbo, what does it mean in one sentence that I can...
We'll have an agenda item at the next meeting at the earliest to decide the process.
Okay, we're on pause. Okay, so I guess that's it. If you have any problems, call our city attorney. They know everything.
Thank you, Mayor, Council.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you all. And let's move on to agenda item 30, recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at this meeting. Bill number 2023-32. Councilman Knudsen, would you like to have the bills read?
Yes, Mayor.
Bill number 2023-32, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make this inhabited subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide further other related matters, 23-0400, Annex 1.
And you have a motion on that?
Yes, Mayor. Move to approve.
There's a motion to approve agenda item 30. Please vote and please post. Okay, and that motion carries. 31, recommending bill committee. Bills eligible for adoption at a later meeting. Item number 31, bill number 2023-2 will be heard at a later meeting. We'll move on to new bills. This is agenda item 32. Items number 32 and 33, bills number 2024-1, 2024-2 will be heard at recommending committee meeting Monday, February 5th, 2024. City Attorney, please read the new bills.
Bill number 2024-1, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make it inhabited subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters, 22-0516-Annex 1. Bill number 2024-2, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make it inhabited subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters, 22-0513-Annex 1.
Sneezing in between, thank you. Did you do both? He did, he's left. Okay. And new bills number 2024-01 and 02 are signed to the February 5th, 2024 recommending committee members, Councilman Knudsen and Councilwomen Seaman and Polensky. If any so designated are unable to attend, their city clerk's office will coordinate finding substitutes as necessary at my direction. Is that true, Miss Jackie? No, thank you. Okay, agenda item 34. Item number 34 is on the consent agenda, considered to be routine and recommended for approval by the Department of Community Development. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion to approve this consent agenda?
Move to approve item 34 on the consent agenda.
Okay, there's a motion. Please vote. And please post. I know it is passed on one. Well, they're bleeped for a minute. Thank you very much. Items number 35 through 44 appear on the one motion, one vote agenda. However, we're pulling 3 items off before we move forward. We will hear items 35, 36, and 38 individually after the remaining items are considered. Items number 37, 237J, and 39 through 44 may be considered in one motion, one vote as their routine. Items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the applications recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Number 37, 230466, applicant Beezer Homes, owner Rainbow Creek LLC, on the following land use entitlement project requests on 2.83 acres east side of Rainbow Boulevard, approximately 500 feet north of Astor Avenue, Ward 6, with Councilwoman Bruni. 37A, 23046601, from R3 medium family residential to RTH single family attached. 37B, 230466 VAR1, to allow 59 parking spaces where 63 are required. 37C, 230466 VAR2, to allow a stub street terminus where a cul-de-sac or hammerheads required, and a connectivity of 1.00, 1.30 is required, and to allow a private street without gate not to meet public street standards. 37D through 37I, 230466 VAR3 through 230466 VAR8, to allow a 10-foot front yard setback where 18 feet is required to the front garage entry, lots 1 through 6 respectively. 230466 TMP1, tentative map Rainbow Crossing, for a 29-lot single-family attached residential subdivision. Number 39, 230532 SUP1, applicant Antoine Binion, owner NEDA or NEDA Properties LLC, on a land use entitlement project request for proposed 2,021 square foot alcohol on-premise full use with waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation from an individual care center licensed for more than 12 children where 400 feet is required at 3858 West Sahara Avenue, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 1, the Councilman Knutson. Number 40, 230536 SUP1, applicant Nevada State High School, owner Charleston Festival Retail LLC, a land use entitlement project request for a proposed public or private school secondary use at 6250 West Charleston Boulevard, Suite 150, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 1, Councilman Knutson. Number 41, 230538 RQR1, applicant Clear Channel Outdoor, owner WMC Pavilions SPE LLC et al., on a land use entitlement project request for a required review of an approved rezoning Z-0100-97 for 5 existing off-premise signs and property bounded by US 95 Interstate 15 on the west, City Parkway on the north, Grand Central on the east, Bonneville Avenue on the south, PD Plan Development, Ward 5 with Councilman Creer. Number 42, 230540, applicant Brilliant International Academy LLC, owner West Charleston Boulevard Trust, and the following land use entitlement projects request: 2.22 acres, 7401 West Charleston Boulevard, PR Professional Office Parking Zone, Ward 1 with Councilman Knutson. Number 42A, 230540, SUP1, for proposed public or private school primary use. 42B, 230540, SDR1, major amendment for a previously approved site development plan review, Z-0127-94, proposed parking lot reconfiguration to establish an outdoor play area, number 43230555, SUP1 applicant, Corner Market, owner Rainbow Vista LLC, land use entitlement project request for a proposed gaming establishment, restricted use, 1 to 5 machines at 6700 West Charleston Boulevard, Suite F, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 1, Councilman Knutson, and number 44230573OT1, applicant TTP Management LLC, owner 899 Fremont LLC, on a land use entitlement project request for the 13th extension of time for a non-conforming liquor establishment tavern use at 899 Fremont Street and 115 South 8th, T5 T5 Main Street Zone, Ward 3, with Councilwoman Diaz. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of items 37, 39, 40, 42, and 43. Staff recommends approval of 41 and 45. These are public hearings which I declare open. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on items 37, 39, or 44? We're alive. We finished. Except for planning. Do you want to say anything? No. Yes?
Mayor, I think we're just waiting for you to open the item 35.
We'll get to that, but hearing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on these prior items, and Mayor Pro Tem may have a motion on the one motion, one vote items. Please.
Madam Mayor, I move to approve the one motion, one vote on the items that you listed.
Now, Madam
Thank
Mayor,
you.
I'm not sure if I missed this or not, but on 35, 36, and 38.
That's coming.
Okay, and then also I just want to disclose on item 41 that I own a billboard company, but we have no conflict with this item, and I'll be voting on it.
Okay. Thank you. There is a motion. Please vote. And please post. And those carry. We are on now to agenda item 35, 230309, SDR 1. Public hearing, applicant owner, 3000 MW LLC, possible action land use entitlement project. Request for a 2-story, 136-unit multifamily residential development with waivers of the perimeter landscape buffer requirements on 9.96 acres located on the east side of Michael Way, approximately 444 feet south of Cheyenne Avenue, R3, medium-density residential, in Ward 5 with Councilman Creer. Both planning and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant here?
Yes. Good morning, members of the council. My name is Jeffrey Armstrong, 2727 South Rainbow, representing the applicant. First, we'd like to thank staff for their favorable recommendation. And we respectfully request your approval. I'm here to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. And what's a miracle is the red light did not go on, but yet we could hear you. Something is happening here.
Okay.
Could be just Martin Luther King holiday. We don't know.
I think it might be.
Thank you. Okay. Do we want to hear anything from planning?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Seth Floyd for the record. Mayor, the proposed development is compatible with the existing residential development in the area. Furthermore, the proposed development supports the City of Las Vegas 2050 Master Plan objective of providing additional housing options in order to meet the needs of the growing community. Staff finds the proposed development to be designed in a harmonious and compatible manner with the surrounding area and thereby recommends approval of the site development review.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Awesome. This is a public hearing. Are there any members of the community that would like to make comment before I close public hearing? I will close public hearing. I will turn to council. Any comments, questions here? Therefore, Councilman Creer.
Great, thank you. Hello, Mr. Armstrong. How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
This is a great project and going to go to an area that is vitally needed for infill development. We do not have a lot of spots within the city of Las Vegas for infill development, so I appreciate you coming back into the city instead of taking this project out into the suburban areas. And so, thank you. I'm going to make a motion for approval for item number 35.
Thank you very much. It's a motion, and I couldn't agree more. Thank you for staying with us. Please vote and please post. That motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good luck. Okay, this is Councilman Creer Day, number 36. It looks like you too. Okay, agenda item every day is Mr. Creer Day. 230433 SDR1 public hearing. Applicant owner Richard Lotz for possible action land use entitlement project request for a proposed two-story 25,160 square foot wholesale showroom facility with waivers to allow the building to be oriented away from the minimum setback line to allow blank walls where relief by variations in massing or articulation of facades is required on 1.63 acres at 4021 North Rancho C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Creer. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes.
And if you can move to a microphone, now I can't. There we go.
Hello.
Okay. And your name, please, sir?
Richard Lotz.
Okay. It is on, even though it's the light.
I can hear me talking.
Well,
Am I
seems
crazy? Can you hear me now?
Same.
Hello.
Well, you're
I
fine.
can hear it.
That's cool. You're front and center. Listen to me. Okay, so do you want to make any comments before I turn this over to our planning?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I'm just been struggling to get this thing going. It's been a headache, and I want to thank Councilman Creer. This thing was going nowhere until I got a hold of him about a year and a half ago, and it's been moving steady since. So, thank you.
Wonderful.
Well, that's important.
Well, I tried to get a hold of you and never could, so I want to thank you now that I have.
Well, that part's not important. No, that's important too.
You did.
We could have stopped.
You got his name. You got his name.
You're on a roll.
Thank you. Okay, after all this laughter, let's go to Mr. Floyd or Mr. Lowenstein.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Peter Lowenstein for the record. The development, as proposed, is compatible with the existing development in the surrounding area. The parcel fronts onto Rancho Drive and is surrounded on all other sides by commercial development. Other than the waivers requested that have been adequately justified, the development adheres to Title 19 standards. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of the request.
Thank you very much. Very exciting. Love to see things happen on Rancho. All right, this is a public hearing. Anybody wish to comment on agenda item 36? Any comments from our council? You're on again, number 2.
Thank you. Yeah, I know you've been through a lot with this parcel, even prior to my tenure, going way back. So glad to see us moving forward. Glad to see we're going to have some development once again on Rancho. So I'll make a motion for approval.
Excellent. There's a motion to approve agenda item 36. Please vote and please post.
Madam Clerk, I would, through the mayor, could I be at aye on 35, please? Thank you.
You're ready to roll. Good luck.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, we're on to agenda item 38. You're 2 for 2. Let's see if we can get 3 for 3. 230468 SDR1 public hearing. Applicant owner Piero's Landscape Maintenance LLC. Possible action on the land use entitlement project request for a proposed 5,448 square foot building maintenance and storage development with waivers of off-site improvements and perimeter landscape buffer requirements on 1.24 acres south side of Rickey Road, approximately 435 feet east of Rancho Drive, C2, General Commercial, Ward 5, Councilman Creer. Both Planning Commission and our staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Good morning. Jeremiah Delsey Johnson with Tanny Engineering, 6030 South Jones Boulevard, here on behalf of the applicant. We appreciate staff's recommendation for approval and the Planning Commission, and met with Councilman Creer, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to make comment on item number agenda 38? I'm going to close it, take a chance, and then go to planning.
Thank you, Mayor. Seth Floyd for the record. Mayor, while landscape waivers and exceptions are requested, the proposed development will be properly screened from the residential properties adjacent to the north. Furthermore, a condition of approval has been added requiring an 8-foot tall screen wall in the rear of the property to ensure adequate screening from the neighboring office and commercially zoned properties. Staff finds the proposed development adheres to the overall intent of the GC General Commercial Land Use Designation and will be compatible with the surrounding area. Therefore, staff recommends approval, subject to conditions.
And I would gather the applicant has agreed to the screening and everything else you said.
Yes, we've agreed, and the revised justification letter also states that we'll be complying.
Wonderful. Comments or questions from council? No. Councilman Creer.
Thank you. Jeremiah, thanks for coming in, talking to us. And this is interesting part of the city. It's got residential, it's more commercial, somewhat industrial, somewhat manufacturing, a little bit of everything right there. So, but this is a good project. Yeah, you guys are following through. So I'm going to make a motion for approval. And also, if you didn't know, Jeremiah's going to be moving to England, and so we wish you all the best.
Wow.
Yes, this is my, but this will likely be my last city council meeting here.
Yeah.
And if I may to say, it's been a wonderful 8 years here in Las Vegas. Thank you for making it my second home for all these years.
Yeah, we wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Where was home? That you're moving back to Great Britain?
No, I'm from Washington State, been here 8 years, and then my husband moved there for a job in September. So I've been wrapping up things here and excited to rejoin him, but will surely miss my time here in Las Vegas.
We'll miss seeing you. Hope you have your galoshes. Nobody knows that's an Eastern word. And your umbrella.
Yes,
we'll
you're
miss
definitely
you.
umbrella. Thank you.
So there's a motion, and if you would, please vote. Good job.
Thank you.
And that motion carries. Travel safely.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, we're on to agenda item 45. 45AB. Okay, right. What happened to 44? Oh, it was on the totality, okay. 45, 230361, following land use entitlement project request on 0.16 acres, east side of Decatur Boulevard, approximately 100 feet north of Alpine Lane, PR Professional Office Parking Zone. Number 45A 230361 VAR1, allow a 7-foot residential adjacency setback where 48 feet is required, to allow a 7-foot rear yard setback where 15 feet is required, and allow a residential adjacency matching setback of 7 feet where 20 feet is required. 45B 230361 VAR2, to allow 7 parking spaces where 8 are required, and 45C 230361 SDR1, proposed 1-story 2,280 square foot office building with waivers to the perimeter landscape buffer requirements. Applicant owner is 935 Decatur Trust. Planning Commission recommends approval. Staff recommends denial on the entire land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 1 with Councilman Knudser. Public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? Okay. Let's go to planning.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Staff cannot support the requested
You have
variance.
to say who you are.
Oh, sorry. Peter Lowenstein for the record.
Thank you very much.
Staff cannot support the requested variance from parking, setbacks, and residential adjacency standards, as well as not being able to support the number of requested waivers of landscape buffer depths and exceptions from plant material. As such, staff is recommending denial of the project. Thank you.
Okay. I can't remember if I had the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on Agenda 45, 45 ABC? And hearing and seeing none, I'm going to close public hearing. Are any comments from our council? Councilman Knudsen, looks like it's yours.
Thank you, Mayor, and I fear it may be my fault that the applicant's not here because I spoke to them in a very rushed manner, and he reminded me that I forgot who he was, and so I'm going to own that. And I did have an in-depth conversation about this particular property, and if we can leave that map up, directly west of that, there's a very large vacant lot that's going to be developed. Actually, Jeremiah, the person here before, represented the client on that. It's going to be multifamily, or excuse me, it's going to be townhome style development. So this particular parcel is the last parcel in that little area along Decatur. Right behind that is a residential property, but it's a very large backyard, and I don't think there's going to be an impact from this particular business. And then everything along Decatur Way kind of matches what this client or this applicant is proposing. The lack of the shrub is based on not trying to be a good neighbor and not impacting parking for his neighbor directly to the west. So I understand what this project is. I think it's a decent project for where that location is, and I think that vacant lot
before
is
you
not
vote,
healthy.
what is the property immediately to the south, which is the southeast corner of Alpine and Decatur? What's that one? This little piece right here.
Yes.
What's that?
I drive by it every single day.
And
And
it's compatible with what you're suggesting?
It's similar. Everything along Decatur is going to be those little house-style businesses.
Okay.
So this is actually an improvement from what's currently there. It's not what I would say is what I envisioned for Decatur, but I think right now it's an okay use.
And the property directly across the street, which you mentioned, that on this map says medical, correct?
That is Foundation for Recovery. So it's a medical office business, as well as they provide services for people who are struggling with drug and alcohol dependency.
Okay.
So I think this is a good business use, and given the fact that vacant lots, I don't think in the interests of that area, I feel good making the motion to approve items 45A, B, and C.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve agenda item 45, 45A, B, C. Please vote and please post. Boy, that area sure has changed. Amazing. That motion carries. Thank you. Agenda item 46, as we know, has been obeyed to the 21st of February. So we are now on to 47, A, B, and C. 230551, following land use entitlement project request, 18.77 acres on the northeast corner of Harris Avenue and Marion Drive, CV Civic Zone. 47A, 230551, VR1, to allow deviations from the Title 1910 CV Civic Development Standards. 47B, 230551, VR2, to allow 327 parking spaces where 360 spaces are required, and to allow 3 loading spaces where 4 loading spaces are required. Number 47C, 230551, SDR1, proposed 2-story, 134,066 square foot public secondary school. The applicant is the Clark County School District. The owner is the School Board of Trustees. The Planning Commission recommends approval. The staff recommends denial on land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 3 with Councilwoman Diaz. Or public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representatives present? Yes, you are. And here we go.
Good morning, Mayor, council members. Chris Dingle, 1180 Military Tribute Place with the Clark County School District. This is one of our 2015 bond projects. It's the replacement of Del Robeson Middle School with what we are calling a choice high school. I'm going to introduce Gia Moore, and she's going to get into a little more explanation on what the school will be. Then we'll have our architect go over a presentation, and I'll be here to answer any questions.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I am Gia Moore. I'm a Director of College and Career Readiness and School Choice for the Clark County School District, and I oversee our district's magnet programs and choice options. And we're really excited to bring forth this new option for families in the surrounding Robeson community. When determining the programming for a new school, it is important to consider multiple factors that address more access for students to high-quality programming, as well as our state and local workforce needs. And you'll see here that we have a great need for these programs that I'm about to outline. So as such, Robeson will transform into an approximately 1,000 student early college choice high school designed to provide students with a seamless transition from high school to college. Students will earn college-level credit towards an advanced degree. Students will also have an opportunity to choose a degree pathway in teaching and training, which is a great need, as well as human and social services, and an accompanying area of concentration. So for the teaching and training pathway, students will be able to choose areas of concentration in bilingual education, special education, and focus on core education such as in math and English. Human and Social Services will focus on community challenges such as social work and school-based community or school-based mental health. The new programming at the school is envisioned not only as an educational institution for students, but also as a cutting-edge training center for current educators within CCSD. There will be a pre-K or kindergarten program as part of the academic program where students can immerse into internships opportunities on site, and this will also be a great opportunity for families to access the pre-K or kindergarten program within that community. So I stand by to answer any questions you may have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. What are the feeder schools, or is this opened at large for application, or are there 3-4 middle schools that are feeding in? And you said how many approximate students you expect in this secondary school?
Madam Mayor, thank you for the question. So it will be approximately 1,000 student high school, so in grades 9 through 12. And as a choice option, our primary focus will be on the surrounding Robeson community. So students that would typically feed into that high school within the surrounding area would be eligible, as well as an extension of that region. So the goal for that is really, again, to offer this high access rigorous program for the Robeson community, as well as extending that for student options in that particular region. So it came from a considered place in terms of what the programming was going to be in our effort to build that teacher pipeline, as well as focus on the diverse student needs and diverse teacher pipeline as well.
And you finished up with pre-KK conversation. Those are, I wonder about those for your roadways, everything else, how you're incorporating that on the same site, because the needs physically are very different.
Madam Mayor, thank you for the question. So this is a very similar program to what we currently have at East Career and Technical Academy and Northwest Career and Technical Academy, as well as a couple of our other CTAs. So we currently offer a kindergarten or pre-K program at some of our Career Tech Academy high schools. So this would just be a replication of that programming at this site. And the idea behind it is twofold. One, to offer on-site internship opportunities for our students in the teaching and training program, as well as to offer that service for families in that community that they can access that program for their students. And we think it's an added benefit because they get that additional one-on time with the students that are in that program.
Wonderful. Mr. Floyd, please.
Thank you, Mayor Seth Floyd. For the record, Mayor, the Las Vegas 2050 Master Plan does encourage the city to support the Clark County School District in fast-tracking school construction and to avoid barriers to school expansion and replacement. However, while staff is generally supportive of new school development, there are several design-related issues on this one, such as parking, that have prompted staff to recommend denial of both variance requests and the related site development review. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before I turn to the council, this is a public hearing item. Is there anyone who wishes to address any of the concerns 47 and 47 A, B, C? Please come forward and state your name for the record. We'd appreciate that. And do you live in the area? That would help us too. So your mics need to have a red light on if you're both speaking. And please go ahead.
Hi, my name's Rena Lombardo. It's an honor to stand here before you. You are not only our mayor, Madam Mayor, you are the First Lady of Las Vegas. To me, you always will be. I was born and raised here, and I thank you for your service. It's been a pleasure to watch you all these years and to be here.
We've loved every minute.
Okay, with that said, I live at 4851 Harris Avenue, and I know that you're a school, you've been a school teacher and you watch the education, and there's no changes happen every day. I want you to know that I've lived in my house for over 40 years, and the reason why I bought my home, it's been my forever home, was because of the field. I have turfed my yard in, so I understand the water and the lake mead and everything, and it's what I'm asking for is to please, I'm on hand and knee to you. Please put that parking lot in the back of the school. I live on Harris Avenue. If you come around on Merriam, you can start that parking lot there all the way down to Greenbrook. That would alleviate some of the traffic jam that we're having on Greenbrook and what's the other name of the street? Marion, there in Harris. In all my time of living there at Harris, they have never done anything to that street underneath. The water pipes leak. They dig a hole and patch it. And you hear ta-thump, ta-thump, ta-thump. You know, it's sort of annoying when you're trying to go to sleep when your window's right at the front of the house. Recently, they came in and they put a park in, and that's okay. But it's like this big light lights up my living room. It's like E.T. looking into my house now. And that's annoying to me. I am almost 70 years old. This is my forever home. It's been my little ranch. And I've been in transportation for 48 years. If they would just move that parking lot from the front of Harris to the back of the school, which there's all 6 feet houses, they're tract homes. We are ranch estates there on Harris. And if they would move, the people aren't looking right at the building. There's already a 6-foot fence. On Marion, there's only like 2 houses there. On Greenbrook, there's 10 houses there. But on Harris, we're all the way down with ranch estates, 12, 15 homes. And I wonder what is going to happen to the equity in my home. I mean, I've been hanging on to this house forever. This has been my life savings so that I could sell this house later and go to a smaller community or whatever. Well, I'm not there yet. I'm not ready to go there yet, especially with the way the economy is in the world and prices. I'm better off in my home. And I beg you on hand and knee, do not put this parking lot all the way along Harris. Just put it on the back side. The people around would be happier in everywhere looking at it. They don't want to turn the school. They said, oh, it's like a cold dungeon, so we have to turn the shape. I'm not asking them to change how they want to build.
It's a good idea. I know the area, and
take
hopefully
the parking lot from Harris to over.
Good point.
One other thing, it's really important, is the traffic that you go in. It takes me a half hour in the morning. If I want to get out of there, I have to leave early. In the evening, I have to leave later. Now, they're adding another school. Okay, progress. I welcome it. I welcome what the school district does. But by them putting that parking lot in back, it would be all the way around.
Thank you. I think I've been watching and they are making notes. I think it's an excellent idea, and hopefully with their openness and wanting to look at everything. So hopefully you have given them your name. If you would put it on a piece of paper, any other comments you could give them, I'm sure it'd be welcome. I mean, this really, it's helpful. We get the best ideas from the people that live and work here and know it, and I think it's excellent. I don't know what Councilwoman's going to say, but, and certainly our Planning Commission. So anyway, we will, you've made the point.
Not to interrupt you, Madam Mayor, but the traffic on Marion, they've closed that street off, and I call it Dead Man's Curve there. They've widened it, it's helped out. But I lay in my bed at night and I hear the traffic zooming down. It wakes me up. It's like they're going to drive through my house. It's so scary. I've even gotten up at night and looked to, is everything okay down there on the corner? We need speed bumps out there. You need to do a study on the street before these 2 schools go in. Because, like you said, there's over 1,000 students. How much more traffic will there be for the parents bringing their kids to school on a rainy day and so forth? I thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Councilwoman's a teacher, so she knows.
Thank you.
So we appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, councilman, mayor. My name's Lloyd Stevens. I live at 4887 Harris, towards the back end of where the school property is going to be. My concern, and I was able to meet with Councilman Diaz and express my concerns to her, is the extended amount of traffic that's going to overburden Harris Street. There is no four-way there. There's an inlet on Harris and it exits on Marion, so all of the traffic is there. The new parking lot, instead of one parking lot, we're going to have two parking lots emptying onto Harris Street for the additional burden for these students driving and their parents dropping their kids off to school. My concern is if we do widen the street and curb and gutter on my side, which is rural estate, I don't want to be burdened with that for the advancement of the school. I'm not against the school. I appreciate what they do, but I'm concerned with what's going to happen, and if I'm going to be burdened with that in order to improve the education. That's my major concern is who's going to pay for this if we have to, and if that will change the from rural estates, if they put curb and sidewalk there instead of the horse trail, is that going to change my zoning, what my zoning is? So my biggest concern is not the school at the moment, but the traffic and the amount of traffic and where they're going to route it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good points, and I'm sure Councilman is involved with all of that and will continue to be in pursuing it. Is there anyone else in the public comment period that would like to address this agenda item 47A through C? I'll close public comment, and might we hear from planning?
Mayor, we read the staff report in, but if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer those.
Anything else? Okay. Anyone from council, any comments here? Okay, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to call Mr. Norby up. He's one of our instrumental people in everything traffic. I just want to ask about the undertakings of doing a traffic evaluation or a traffic study in the area. And I'm going to relay why I'm thinking this so the Clark County School District folks can start internalizing. A shift from a middle school to a high school is different. It's completely different in terms of it stops being that zoned school for kids, for feeder elementaries, where some kids are able to walk to that neighborhood middle school, and it's now going to become a magnet school where the offerings are open to folks who live further than 2 miles away, and so it's not going to be feasible for everyone to walk. Another consideration, another layer that's added, and it didn't really dawn on me until Mr. Stevens came into my office, is high schoolers get their permits, get their driver's license, and eventually drive themselves too. So to staff's point about parking, I need to figure out what does that look like for my neighbors when you have 1,000 students. Obviously, not all of them are going to be juniors and seniors with the ability to drive, but we need to be forward-thinking and we need to be in front of the tidal wave that's coming instead of trying to avoid the tidal wave the tsunami that's going to come and hit our community. And so how long would it take us to do an analysis of the current traffic trends and then kind of evaluate what it means to bring this new school to life in the neighborhood?
Yep. So Joseph Norby, City Traffic Engineer for the record. Councilwoman Diaz, thanks for calling me up. We have done at least some preliminary required by the permittee to supply for the permit and the land use change. And as we look at what a traffic that's generated from a high school versus elementary and middle school, there is differences, and we see that. If we look at the trip generation manuals that we use, actually a high school in comparison to the others is less, generally speaking. Specifically for this side, if we look at the existing traffic volumes that we anticipate being generated by the current land use for the middle school, and compare that to what we project the high school to be, the increase in traffic is fairly minimal. Now, that doesn't necessarily account for charter school versus, or not, maybe not charter school, but a magnet school program versus traditional high school, but those numbers don't drastically change between the two. I know, and I can let the Clark County School District speak to their efforts of busing and alleviating some of that from regional areas throughout the city. I know they have that as part of their planning as well when they come to it. But when we look at the traffic, just running the quick trip generation of what the land use change will be, we're not looking at drastic increases. We're looking at probably less than 5% anticipated increase in traffic with the land use change and the higher enrollment numbers that the high school would bring versus the current middle school.
And could I ask a question in there? On the map, because we don't have one, where is public transportation stops in relation to this property for children or young adults that are going to be coming by RTC bus and, of course, the other buses as well? Do we have a map of the exact location? That would really help, I think. And I must say, in reference to your comments and Councilwoman's, the whole, everything about a middle school student, you know this, is not preaching to the choir. And the clientele of a middle versus an upper school student, and then you consider everything else. I mean, these are major, major traffic concerns. The other thing I want to throw out, since I have the floor for this minute, listening to our guests from the public talking about water leaks and the old piping, I think we need to get somebody out there from the water district, take a look at those old pipes, because I know everything is corroding, especially if that's an older neighborhood. So just throw that in, please, too.
Yeah, sorry, I apologize. I'm kind of ad hoc trying to pull up the RTC bus map as we speak here.
And then the property is it lays out in the entire area.
Yeah, so it looks like the closest bus stops that we have from RTC bus ride standpoint would be along Washington, just north of the school at the intersection of Marion. So we are less than a quarter mile away from an RTC bus stop that the high school students would have to walk just down Marion a half a block to get to the high school from Washington.
Okay, so to add that, we have a question again from your public comment. That's up to you. Okay, yes, if you would make it brief, sure. Just quickly.
Again?
Yes. And your name again, please, just
My name is Rena Lombardo. I live at 4851 Harris Avenue. I was a city bus driver for the RTC for 16 years, just before I retired here. So there are stops there along Washington. They don't come around. When the traffic, there's accidents on Nellis or whatever, the buses will be detoured around. And this is why I've watched the traffic and how it goes. In South Strip Terminal, their buses go in and all the way around. It's not like here.
Okay.
It's just, they're on the sidewalk, and so that's why I'm suggesting to move that parking lot to the back of the school, and you still have sidewalks all the way around. When you hit Greenbrook, buses can still park there. You turn right on Harris, buses could still park there. You turn right on Marion, and buses could still park there, instead of going around this roundabout parking lot that they have in the school. So nobody would be run over. They could load and drop off and go and either exit either way. Okay. This parking lot road here, that if they would just build this through there, like now on the weekends or whatever, okay, they still have gates because of vandalism or whatever.
Okay.
So all they have to do
Thank
is
you,
just
Ms.
close
Lombardo.
the gates off.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris Dingle for the record. There's been a lot of talk just now about the buses and parking in front. This is the site plan of the new school. You will see that We're going to keep the field where the field is. It will be a little bit smaller. There'll be a little bit more desert landscaping. So her house is right here. She'll be looking across the street and she'll still see a field. Now, it won't be, I'll admit, it won't be as big, but it's still going to be this side. The goal, we're going to try to keep 23 of the mature trees on this side, and that was one of the reasons why we had to have the landscape waiver. The buses are going to come in here off Marion, and the way the buses work, this is separated from the general parking area, and that's one of the ways, one of the things we've learned over the years is to separate the buses, and so we're doing that at the school. So we will in fact have a parking lot in the back. It will be for the buses. The buses will come in here, they will turn, the students will get off, the buses will come around, and they'll loop back around and they'll go to Marion. So the buses will not be in conflict at all with the students when they come in. If the students come in, RTC bus, they'll come here like the gentleman stated, they'll walk down here, there will be a driveway. But then also the parent drop-off will be right here, so that will be separated from the buses. So there will not be any conflicts with our buses.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, back to you, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that there's still some unanswered questions for myself to fully feel confident in just passing the current renderings of the future school site. So what I'm going to do, because I want to sit down and kind of noodle through with traffic lens, and also I know that we make a lot of small business owners also put in a lot of the lacking infrastructure when they're coming in, and if there is lacking infrastructure in the vicinity, we should probably also think about collaborating to complete, because I'm not hearing the neighbors in opposition of completing the streets, but they just want to make sure they're not the ones that are footing the bill. So I'm going to go ahead and hold this matter in abeyance so that we can have the internal conversation with my traffic team, with Public Works team, with Clark County School District, and then also my planning department, so that we can have all of the raters, and we'll invite the neighbors as well so that they can hear the deliberations of if this is the soundest plan and why not. So with that, I'm going to hold this matter in abeyance for 2 weeks to the February 7th City Council meeting.
And you will talk to the Water District, too?
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks. All right, there's a motion to obey this item until the 7th of February. Please vote and please post. Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you very much for coming down and moving this along. We appreciate it. Thank you both. Thank you. Thanks. And so Councilwoman did say she would have public meetings too, so Ms. Lombardo. Okay, agenda item 48. 48 is 230524, following land use entitlement project request on 1.16 acres, southeast corners Madison Avenue, East Street, 48A, 230524, ZON1 from T4MS, T4 Main Street to T4N, T4 Neighborhood, APM 13927-210-024, and 48B 230524 SDR1, proposed expansion of an existing parking lot with waivers of Title 1909 Form-Based Code Development Standards. Applicant owner is the Second Baptist Church, Inc. Planning Commission recommends approval on the entire land use entitlement project. Staff recommends approval on 230524-011, denial on 230524-SDR1. These are in Ward 5 with Councilman Creer. Public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? Good morning.
Yes, good morning. Landon Christofferson, 2885 East Quail Avenue, 89120, here representing the applicants. What we have before you is an expansion of an existing parking lot of the Second Baptist Church. We are requesting the expansion as the existing parking lot is 110 parking spaces, and we're trying to get the worshipers more parking spaces and get them off the streets. So what we have quickly is we are requesting a zone change on this parcel from TNMS to TN4N, which is to make it all consistent along all parcels. We have 128 spaces, which would bring the total parking spaces to 238, where 300 is required. So we're getting close to that number that's required for the church. We only have two entrances, one off of East Street, one off of Madison, and we circulate the traffic through the parking lot without having to exit that onto the right-of-way. We have, again, additional 10 feet of landscaping because the right-of-way goes 15 feet from back of sidewalk to the property line. We're providing an additional 10 feet, and we're providing spacing of the trees every 15 feet. We understand we're short some trees, but that's due to the proximity of how many trees are supposed to be there. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to you and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Let's go to our planning department, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Peter Lowenstein for the record. Staff finds the proposed rezoning conforms to the general plan designation of the subject site and recommends approval. Conversely, staff is not in support of the surface parking lots that do not provide the required shade trees within the lots itself and is therefore recommending denial of the site development plan review. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lowenstein. This is a public hearing. Do we have anyone from the public who would like to make comment on 48A and B? We will then close public comment. Thank you very much. And do we have any comments from our council here? Nope. Guess who?
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. This area on the north of there on Monroe, you've got Victory Baptist Church, you've got Second Baptist, you've got a couple other churches, and it's a real convoluted, dense area. People do park on the street. We've been doing that for a long time, but it'd be nice to have this parking. I'm sure because the congregation would love to have a nice parking lot as well. So I'm going to make a motion for approval.
Can I make a question?
Of course you can.
I always see parking lots, and I'd love to have multi-use. Is there any opportunity, not to get involved in your area specifically, that we can put up some basketball poles and alternately one or other or both of the parking lots at least could be open for use for kids to play basketball?
We can work on that. We got some other places we can do something like that too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I hate to see, you've got parking so idly unless you're having a function every day, which I know you don't. At least after school and holidays, everything else, so take advantage. Okay, so that's a form of a motion of approval? Thank you very much. This motion, please vote and please post. And that motion carries. Good luck. Thank you. That's appreciated. You have a fan club. Several. Okay, we are now into, local stuff. Come right on up. This is agenda item 49, 230572 GPA 1, public hearing, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas. Possible action on a request to amend City of Las Vegas 2050 master plan regarding trails and Bike Street map and associated matter relating to complete streets. Planning Commission, 6-0 votes. Staff, hooray, recommends approval, of course. This is a public hearing which I declare open, and we are the applicant. So do we go to you?
Thank you, Mayor Seth Floyd. Now, at this time, I'll turn it over to the Marco Vallada.
The Marco, go.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of City Council. This is a minor amendment to the 2050 Master Plan, specifically on our trails map and Bike Street map. We're amending a specific map to amend trail designations and a particular trail category that we don't have in existence right now. Adding these will help provide some clarification for some related entitlement applications that have been in front of you already or will in the future. The map in question comes from our fourth chapter. We're looking at a couple corridors in particular, Torrey Pines Drive, Michael Way, Stewart Avenue, and then an off-street trail off of Cliff Shadows Parkway at about Cheyenne. The Torrey Pines Drive trail, it appears as a shared use trail within our 2050 master plan. Currently, it's less than It's more than 80% incomplete. It is a bike lane corridor itself. There are bike facilities on it to provide some more consistency and to provide a better explanation for what that corridor is. We're proposing to remove that for right now and at least amend that. We'll come back at a later date with a more comprehensive amendment that will clarify facilities of this type. Michael Way is very similar. We don't currently have a connection across US 95 to connect to Meadows Lane, but similar to Torrey Pines Drive, it is not complete as a trail. It is more of a bike facility, so we're again requesting on this general plan amendment to make that more of a bike lane corridor, which we'll address in a later amendment. Stewart Avenue, we have a grant that is proposing a bike facility on it from downtown Las Vegas to East Las Vegas at Nellis Boulevard. This is something that was not originally contemplated in the 2050 plan. This amendment will essentially add that as a designation along Stewart Avenue from downtown to East Las Vegas as a part of that project as it is designed and ultimately constructed. As far as the off-street trail addition, we have a reference to off-street trails in Title 19, but we don't have a similar designation within our master plan. This amendment would create that new designation and allow for a creation of a facility that's not on street, but going through a desert area. And because we're right adjacent to the BLM land where there are trail systems already throughout the La Madre foothills and into the Kyle Canyon area, we want to provide this trail connection and actually designate it as such to be a part of a larger trail network that goes both inside and outside the city, as well as connect to existing on-street trails that are along Cliff Shadows and Cheyenne. So with that, if there are any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them for you.
Wonderful. It's great. I just love to see this happen. Councilman Knudsen, please.
I should have asked this question in briefing, but I'm just curious. Why do you have to come to the city council? And if you say we're just going to do it at a later date, what's the later date?
So thanks, Councilman Knudsen, through the mayor to you. The reason for some of this was because we had some questions during some staff reviews on some projects as to how they were to be designed. And because of the trail designations, we were going through the process of either do we have to provide for a waiver of standards or something to that effect. We just needed some clarification for Torrey Pines and Michael. And then looking at it, holistically, this is kind of a different facility. Those are different facilities than, say, a traditional street with bike lanes on them. We just need to have the lines on the map look appropriately. That's the short answer of it. The other answer is we also had some grant opportunities for those particular corridors, and we want to make sure that they were reflected appropriately.
So on Michael Way and Torrey Pines, there's little sections of those that are in Ward 1. So if you say we're not going to focus on those now, but we'll come back at a later date, is there going to be a later date to focus in on them? Like within a year or 5 years?
Yeah, within this year. We're looking at the entire city and just how all the trails are classified and how they match up with our standards in Title 19 itself.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Within a year.
Well, and again, too, to me, with the change in everything, constant, to have that brought back often is I think it's critically important for everybody, for their education. Any other comments, questions here? No, I think we're good. We have a motion then to approve the agenda item 49, please.
Move to approve. Thank you, Marco.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 49. Please vote and please post. Thank you, Mr. Vallada.
Thank you.
Thank you. That motion carries. We'll move on to agenda item 50. Report by Ashley Barker, HUD, U.S. Housing and Urban Development Department, Technical Assistance, and Ashwin Parulkar, Senior Research Specialist, Help at USA, regarding the Courtyard Homeless Resource Center Homeless Survey results, recommendations to help support a restructured regional approach to homelessness. This is in reference to all wards. Good afternoon. It's 12:02.
Good afternoon. Mayor and Council Arcelia Barajas, Acting Director for the Department of Neighborhood Services. I am here with Ashwin Palukar and Ashley Barker-Tolman. Ashwin is with Help USA. He is the President of Research, and he will be presenting today on a research or survey that we conducted probably about a year ago at the courtyard among our homeless guests, and he will present kind of some of his results and findings and recommendations. And Ashley will kind of follow up on her recommendations or the recommendations from some of the work that she's done as our HUD Technical Assistance Representative on the regional efforts for the COC restructure. Also here in the audience is Adrienne Babbitt. She is our local HUD representative, in case there's any questions.
And did we ever get a report on count day, what our numbers are?
We actually have, our count is on the 27th of June.
Oh, I thought we had a January count day.
Oh, this year. Yeah, the 25th of this year is our, we have numbers that were released from last year's count, and was 6,800.
And can you mention that, just so we have a sense of that last year, this year,
Yeah,
and
so
those
last year's
dates?
count numbers, we do have those. She'll pull them up. I believe it's 6,800. For this year, our count is on the 25th of January. So we'll
Right,
count.
so that's upcoming. Okay.
next
And do we need volunteers for that?
We actually
Will you say
have-
that too, because we're on TV?
Yeah,
Thank
we
you.
always need
Okay.
volunteers. We have.
And then who do they contact?
So they can contact our office, the Office of Neighborhood Services, or also the Clark County's Office of Community Resources needs volunteers as well. So
Okay, so
we can-
volunteers for Count Day, January 25th, either our office, Neighborhood Services, or the county, please.
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, no, good afternoon, and welcome. Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor and council members, thank you very much for this opportunity to present this study, the findings of the study. So I will briefly move in essentially three components. One is I will just provide the context of homelessness in Las Vegas, particularly in context of other areas of the country and the nation. Then I will actually provide the survey contents and the findings, and then move to the conclusions and the recommendations for legislation and policy. Before I do that, I'll just briefly provide an overview of where I'm coming from at Help USA. We're based out of New York City. We're a national nonprofit established in 1986, and we currently have transitional housing and permanent supportive housing and other homeless services in 5 states. And specifically in Las Vegas, we have 143 units of transitional housing and 57 units of permanent housing for low-income single adults. Now, the context behind the survey was that the problem of unsheltered homelessness is a major one in Las Vegas. As you can see here, it is very acute in the western United States. And of course, Nevada as a state is part of that. In Las Vegas itself, on the right-hand side, we can see that 60% of the homeless population, which is about 6,500, meaning the total of from the previous pig count, is unsheltered. What are the factors, potential factors, right, that inform the context of homelessness in Las Vegas? We can identify 3 major areas of extreme poverty, and this is coming from an understanding of the literature and previous studies before this survey was conducted. But essentially what we want to turn our eye to is the fact that the rental affordability crisis in Las Vegas is perhaps the most acute out of any major city in the United States. And as you can see on the left-hand side, there are 14 affordable rental units per every 100 poor rental households. And that is in comparison to the United States as a whole, where there's 33 per 100. And as a larger context, in the United States itself, the deficit of rental housing has shot up from about 2 million to 7 million from the early 1980s until the present day. So we can see that Las Vegas reflects this very acute problem. There are 3 areas of this. One is cost burden, of course. In Las Vegas, 75% of renter households with incomes 80% or less than the area median income pay more than 30% on rent. Job precarity, about a third, 28% of workers are precariously employed in certain aspects of the service industry that do not provide social protection and employment benefits. And lastly, this is a recent phenomenon, the financialization of the rental market, which has occurred since the foreclosure crisis in 2008, 2009. I won't read all these bullets here, but essentially after the foreclosure crisis, there has been a phenomenon of private investor groups seizing foreclosed properties and converting them into market rate rentals. And this happens while there's been a slowed pace of providing public housing in the city for the most vulnerable. So just basically summarizing the, if you will, structural causes, we can see that there's staggering shortages of affordable rental units. There are scarce federal rental subsidies. That means essentially access to those rental subsidies. High precarity of the workforce, and then limited mechanisms to move the unsheltered homeless population into housing. So based on this larger context, we worked with the Neighborhood Services Department last year to formulate a research program that could delve into the causes of homelessness. And the major question we wanted to ask, what are the causes in relation to pathways? And we frame that in these areas on the right-hand side, which are the structural drivers which have been identified by the literature in Las Vegas itself, and then some other areas that have been identified nationally to engage or to maybe inform homelessness. Some of those are substance use and health burdens, and then we have adverse childhood experiences, which are traumas that are experienced. For fidelity, we combined federal methods and local methods. HUD's methods we used in context also of the local methods that have been employed in other cities like San Jose and in New York City. And we get then the right-hand side of the picture, which are all of the areas that we wanted to cover to see what is the extent, what is the extent of these problems in the populations, from family histories to primary causes. The primary causes is a specific question that is asked on the HUD survey: institutionalization, substance use problems, and mental health burdens. So as far as the context of how we did it, we partnered with the Las Vegas Neighborhood Services Department, local community-based organizations that the Neighborhood Services Department brought on board, and our organizations. And we surveyed 400 participants. We used 360 of those surveys for our analysis, which I'll show you right now, and that is because 40 didn't qualify based on the screener questions. Some key similarities between our survey and what has come from the PIT counts and differences. Similarities, homelessness in Las Vegas is a single adult homeless phenomenon. There are similar rates in our survey and the official Las Vegas survey on mental health burdens, as you can see here, and similar rates on domestic violence experiences. The differences account for the location where we survey. The courtyard is an adult space. And so therefore, almost exclusively, we have an adult space versus the PIT count. And then the unsheltered aspect, we see in the courtyard 53% slept at the courtyard or lived at the courtyard, and 14% at another location. In the 2022 Las Vegas survey, 51%. Now, I should say that I showed an earlier slide to say that the most recent count showed that 59% are unsheltered, so we see that there is an increase over the year. Demographic results, it is predominantly a male population, around 78%. Again, individual population, single adult, but what I want to draw your attention to here is that homelessness in Las Vegas is largely comprised of people that are outside of the city and state, and particularly in the West, other states outside of Nevada. But then you also have it's a minority, but it's a significant population of those who are outside of the United States at around 13%. We have an overrepresentation of African Americans in the population, and also Asian or Pacific Islanders, overrepresentation there. What I want to draw your attention to here is the educational profile. There is actually, what we're seeing here, there is a capacity in terms of that around half of the population had some college. And I'll briefly discuss the implications of that as I move forward, but what we want to draw our attention to here, this tells us there's possibly, there are possibly economic causes for homelessness, considering there is an educated population. Now the results on the measures, the particular measures. 40% entered homelessness specifically because of an unemployment situation. We see some other areas of family problems account for 13%, health problems 14%, and the direct loss of housing as a direct cause 12%. In health and substance use problems, this is the extent of the population that has these problems. It's not necessarily the extent of the population that was driven into homelessness because of these problems. And I'll get to that in my final slide. But high percentage of drug abuse, 43%, high population percentage rather of physical disabilities, 33%. Adverse childhood experiences. We see here that a high percentage of the population did fail or drop out of school, so we have a kind of polarity here where we have a percentage of the fairly high percentage of the population is educated, fairly high percentage of the population who'd failed or dropped out of school, and then foster care system 15%, being abandoned by both parents, by one or both parents, about a quarter of the population, physical abuse about a quarter of the population, and incarceration is very high, 2/3 of the population. Now what we want to do to establish what are the causes here. We have these as enumerated survey questions, but now we're going to take an extra step and identify how these people actually entered the situation of homelessness. We applied what's called a latent class analysis, which is a probabilistic model that identifies causes through groups, through an analysis of combinations of responses. So the observed measures are things that I just showed you. Now we'll look at what different classes or groups, based on the combinations of those events, what we see there. So the finding is essentially, across these 360 persons, 2/3 entered by way of losing a job, unemployment. They had the least likelihood of entering due to adverse experiences, least likelihood of entering due to health and substance use problems. Conversely, some of the other groups show, Class 2, which is the minority, they entered due to family problems and adverse experiences. And lastly, 23% entered due to health problems and the loss of housing. So what I want to draw your attention to here is that we have a high percentage of the population, predominantly structural. That's the Class 1. Class 3 is where there's structural and something else going on, and a very small percent of the population that entered due to only traumas. These slides here just show this in graphical form. I won't belabor it, but you can see here for yourself. This is the pictorial version of what I just said. One thing I will say, incarceration is high across the board, but highest in the Class 2, which was the family problems. Sorry, I went ahead. Okay, so I just have a couple more slides. And the conclusion is that, like I said, structural factors contributed to homelessness, as I said with the Class 1 predominance here. Unemployment implies that there's interplay between multiple structural risk factors. The second thing we can say is that housing instability was correlated with histories of health and substance use. That was the Class 3. And then lastly, the Class 2 was, of course, more likely to be female and to have lived with friends and family before. So the recommendations based on this is my last slide here, is that the law and policy should include a focus on employment and job placement services, as well as housing sites in the city. I've mentioned transitional housing sites here because there had been a decrease in some of these facilities, and that engages with the plight of the unsheltered. But I would also like to say there is a concerted need for housing with supportive services. And lastly, I would like to say that our organization, Help USA, is very keen on helping on this issue and on any of these areas in the provision of these services, particularly housing services. We can be called upon to be your partner. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barker. I think you're telling us information that sadly we know, and it's just unbelievable to me. And one question, how'd they get here? Looking at your last data point, how many in the past 5 to 10 years are out of Southern California or California? How influential was our climate base? And we know, in looking at New York, and as you study all these different areas that try so many different solutions, probably at the top of it from a management point is, where's the money going to come from? And how do you train people who to go back into residency when they haven't been in housing? And then how do you keep the crime out of those housing elements, which we're seeing in New York at the Roosevelt? I mean, it's just the answers, and most importantly, to address them and help everybody with the compassion that we could feel. We don't have the money. And so where is that money? Where are the concrete evidences of some place being able to help and fund it? When you get down to the particulars, and I know probably working with you all the time, Kathy Thomas talking about that each homeless person is unique and individualized with problems that need specific attention. And so it's so large, it's such an enormity to this. And then the criminal justice system that keeps recycling, and the hospitals, it's so enormous, and how do you fund it, and where is their success? And the fact that here in the courtyard and here in the city, when we really got down to it, after trying for 10 years, really got down to creating the Corridor of Hope with the help from the nonprofits, it's sinking. It's just sinking. And if we don't get the cooperation beyond the Band-Aid from other parts of Southern Nevada, we can't handle it. We cannot handle it alone in this city. And thank you to Catholic Charities, Salvation Army, the Mission. I mean, you go on and on. So anywhere there's success. And knowing that President Obama was housing first, well, it didn't for a certain population. That does work. Those who were recently in housing and jobs, those are the easy fix. But for the rest of them, this is a giant. And are we seeing the same in Europe? And the comparatives around the world, you know, in places that huge populations are going to have their issues. They've always had issues of poverty and homelessness. So how do we best work it? And as Californians bleed here, I mean, this can be a whole month of meetings and conversations. So pardon me, just that I had the state of the city, and that was my main lengthier conversation in the state of the city talking about this issue. And so we don't see the resolves, and we don't see a future unless there are other courtyards and other help areas and other specifics to each individual.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for those comments. So I guess I'll address two of those areas. One is the actual draw to Las Vegas from what we've seen in the data. So instead of weather-related, I guess you could say that it is squarely, or it is predominantly employment-related. People came for jobs or for the search for jobs. And so one thing I will say about that is historically, or in the recent history, it is true that the employment rate in Las Vegas is usually higher than the national employment rate. At the same time, you have I don't want to say a floating workforce, but you have a workforce that is drawn to Las Vegas for, I mean, I don't need to get into that, but the service, the industries here, the service industry here. And so there is, I would say, a stark kind of vulnerability on being able to ensure that those people have the same employment benefits and social protections that I would say all of us in this room probably have. That's one area which I don't necessarily think is about financing, but about aligning employment protections of those workers with the employment protections of other formal or other workers that maybe work in the formal sector. The other area about money and financing, and my colleague will also, I believe, touch upon some of this, is that there are, through coordination with COCs and cities and the federal government, there can be more opportunities to access federal funds that are specifically for addressing homelessness. And I would say that Las Vegas has a lot more areas to improve upon there, or a lot more room to improve upon in that area, rather. But that's all I'll say for now. I think my colleague is better placed to take on the discussion from here, and I thank you for your time.
Councilwoman Bruni, please.
Thank you. I have a couple of, thank you for the presentation. I have a couple of questions and a comment. I guess I'll start with my comment. I was struck by the data point that there are more people who are, a majority of the people who are housing insecure come from outside of Nevada. And I know that, Arcelia, you mentioned our Ticket to Home program, which was a success, but it also seems like we've already run out of funds. And so maybe given that many people are not from here, we should be thinking about directing more funds to that program, because it looks like that could be a way to connect folks, given that a lot of them are not from Nevada. So we may want to think, as we think about the budget, expanding that program. My second question is, given that unemployment is a #1 driver or characteristic of some of these folks, I know we've heard presentations from Workforce Connections, and it feels like a potential solution is to try to work to connect folks more quickly to employment so that they can avoid becoming homeless. And so are there cities or programs across the country that really are working to connect people to jobs sooner so that they can avoid becoming homeless? And if you do have examples, could you share those with us, if not today, at some later point? Sure. And then my second question is, you mentioned that you have 143 units of transitional housing here and 157 permanent. Why don't you have more here in Las Vegas? What are the barriers? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Brune. So for the question on employment protections and preventing homelessness through employment protections, I would say two things. One is that employment protections and housing protection are, in the best case scenarios, they work in conjunction with each other. That's to say that the provision of employment benefits in the best case scenarios also is accompanied by the provision of rental subsidies or supports, rental supports. What we see in Las Vegas is that there is scarce access to rental subsidies, whether that be federal. I'm not well versed enough to talk about the local policy-making process on rental vouchers, but I can say at the federal level, for federal access, it's lagging behind. It is true that New York City has a large homeless population, but in areas of homelessness prevention, there have been successes through what's called a home-based program, which has been in existence since 2004. And I'm responding to this question about examples, which essentially has these models in place to provide a range of financial assistance and a range of social protections in conjunction with each other after a risk to homelessness is identified, and that's a big piece of the puzzle too, which happens at the intake process or coordinated entry process, ideally, to identify what are the needs of a population, what are the needs of a particular group, and then to have the infrastructure and the resources to be able to direct them to those needs.
If I can ask a follow-up.
I'm sorry, and the last question about the why. So we currently serve veterans, and I would say that we want to expand beyond that population. We want to expand to address the needs of the general population, because that's what the data is showing us, is that is where there is a great need.
If I can ask a quick follow-up, it sounds like what you're saying is, I know here after the pandemic, both Clark County and the City of Las Vegas expanded or implemented rental subsidies. It sounds like many other cities were sort of using that model or deploying that type of rental subsidy even before the pandemic, and maybe we weren't doing that here. Okay, thank you.
Yes, rental subsidies are not just an emergency measure. They are a tested vehicle for homelessness prevention.
Councilman Knudsen, please.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation. And Arcelia, I think this is data that we came up in briefings maybe a couple of years ago, and so this is the first time that I've seen this type of data. So I just wanted to comment. I try to take the information and try to do something with it. I think the community is really focused a lot on providing additional housing resources. I don't think we're going fast enough, but it's happening. I do want to just kind of question some assumptions of mine. So on the role of Las Vegas, the role of local government in general, I think we can have a good impact on creating economic opportunity. I think we have a role in creating jobs. And I'm just going to highlight through our innovation district in the downtown and our potential innovation in biotech research and biomedical research. We're creating different opportunities within Las Vegas. And so my assumption would be is that the service industry that we have now is highly volatile, and people can come in and out of service industry jobs. And that's maybe a potential for increased homelessness within Southern Nevada, is because we're so service-based. But if we were to increase our opportunities for employment outside of service industry, we maybe can mitigate some of those effects later on. That's an assumption.
I would say that is accurate, because the high vulnerability, the high concentration of vulnerable workers in the homeless population, yes, they were in the service industry.
So I'm going to
similar characteristics.
So an action item for this council would be is the more opportunity we have to create jobs outside of the service industry, the better off our population will be.
I would say that is essential, but also, I know this may sound sort of improbable, but also ensuring some way for employment protections in the service industry, because that is where the vulnerable workforce is. Essentially, there is to a certain degree, it operates like an informal economy from the perspective of the employee. And so that for a protection measure, there needs to be movement towards providing them employment benefits and social protections.
Fair point. The second assumption I would make is, given I think the acronym was ACE, and I can't remember what ACE stands for, but something about children. And so I tend to focus more on children, but it seems like there's opportunity to mitigate childhood trauma earlier on, and if we're able to prevent as much as we can from a local government perspective, the trauma that children associated with children, we potentially reduce the chances of them becoming homeless later on.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. So ACE is the adverse childhood experiences, and what we saw in the data was that a high percentage had experienced the instability in the family, which is a death of a parent or the death of both parents. And you're right, that and we also know that there is a high percentage of single women in the cohort of family, or the cohort that ended up homeless. So as a measure to prevent even childhood homelessness, getting resources further upstream to vulnerable families when there is, or before an event, or when there is such an event as death or even incarceration, has actually been proven as well to help.
So if is an action plan for a local government like this, we could look at what's currently happening and how we can help stymie the explosiveness of homelessness, but we also have to look upstream and start to create different opportunities and mitigate some of the challenges that children are currently experiencing?
Absolutely, in a paradigm of, I would say, homelessness prevention. And again, but this is where that increasing the housing supply comes into effect. So prevention is it's necessary to, a paradigm of homelessness prevention is just absolutely necessary to end homelessness. And the housing supply and rental protections are part and parcel of that. They're essential.
Thank you very much.
Councilman Creer.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the information. Very good data. Why do you all think that, I was president of Nevada League of Cities for a while and traveled around to all the National League of Cities conventions and shows and listened to seminars, et cetera, about homelessness, and you hear these same statistics that come about, and you hear everybody talks about it in their respective cities and towns around the country regarding a lot of the same things that you just pointed out. And it seems as though, that from a federal standpoint, there is not a comprehensive plan that I'm aware of and comprehensive resources that are geared towards executing on this comprehensive plan, right? And so we have our delegation of say, we're gonna come in, and we just allotted $3 million towards the, for housing, or $1 million towards something, and they come out and it's great. When it's a $100 billion issue, right? But then you see all these money is funneled in a lot of different places, but no one really comes back and says, hey, this is the deal. We're gonna go out, we're gonna build capacity, transitional housing, we're gonna take care of mental health issues, we're going to address these issues, and we're going to allot whatever the number is towards it. And over the next 10 years, our goal is to eradicate homelessness, to get people off the street, to deal with these issues, to get people working, and to get our economy rolling in the right direction. And obviously you guys are on a federal level. What's your thoughts about that? It doesn't seem like anybody truly takes, I don't know if it doesn't poll well or whatever, but nobody truly takes ownership of it at a federal level, because you're talking to a city, and you have to understand this city, maybe cities are different. We do not have the opportunities to go out and just raise taxes to put towards things. We took $25 million out of our general fund budget in order to build the courtyard. We figure out innovative ways to fund our more teams. We figure out innovative ways to operation maintenance and just do things. We don't have the cities. And look, Las Vegas, in terms of the state of Nevada, is one of the more robust cities. But there's issues all throughout the state and throughout the country for this.
I have to answer one thing in here. It's been 25 years I have been studying our homeless population. From my husband's perspective and his 12 years now conclusively to this. My background in education is anthropology and primitive societies. The rest of my education is in psychology, sociology, and at the graduate level, counseling. This problem, we can be here for beyond a year. I can assure you the spectrum which we address of whether it's the teenage runaway who knows more than their parents, who's part of our trafficked population, they are specific, and this is the way to reach them if they can get away from their pimp or whomever has got a hold of them. Thank heavens to Mr. Jameson, who gave us money to put in every public bathroom out at the airport. You can get away, call this number. The conversation is, you deal with it. I've been dealing with it for 25 years. We see nothing. We see all these reasons. I think what you've given, the data is critical. It speaks to these issues. There aren't answers that are successful, but we know every piece of it is funding, and whether it's state and whether it's everybody getting involved. Our concern as a city, we need the support of Southern Nevada, all of it. And it's not going to change because the more problems and the higher tax rates in California and that's why I said at least the weather. We have been making inroads with our veteran population, you know that, but not to the extent it needs to be. The whole downgrading of the family structure has had an issue to this. And then the criminal justice system that has loosened all the ways to implement responsibility and consequences for bad acts. And then the fact that when I was young, 1,000,000 years ago, the sanitariums, we don't have that for the severely mentally ill. And the problems of crime, that is what is just thrown aside. It's housing, it's jobs, it's all these things. And so I know what Councilman's talking about, but here at the city, it's been 25 years of a growing population. And I just thank you for the report. I know we can go on and have tons of information, but it is tragic for the future generation, our children, that they don't know a higher norm, that there's a consequence for bad acts. And so if they're left without adult guidance and all of it, it all becomes where you're headed.
Yeah, this is a complex social issue, undoubtedly, and all the factors that you're referring to have a role within this. There are some things, however, that are very clear. It's very clear that in communities when there is insufficient, affordable, accessible housing, rates of homelessness will be higher. And your rates, if you saw, are actually, for extremely low income households, are the worst in the entire United States right now. For your metropolitan statistical area, also for the state of Nevada. That's an area where there needs to be some real focused attention. We talked about prevention. There's a variety of different policies and things that we can do. We can't make up for a lack of roofs for people to live within. And that's an area I think that, you know, no one jurisdiction is going to be able to manage on their own, and it's going to take collaboration and an ongoing pipeline of development of affordable housing and of development of supportive housing tied into that because of some of these other issues that you bring up. I do kind of want to point back to this piece about what's happening at the federal level and some of the resources there. I'm not going to speak to Congress and how they make decisions or why they do or do not prioritize things. That's a different story, of course. However, there are some resources coming into this community that are being used in ways that are not consistent with what has shown to be most effective. And that is a place that doesn't necessarily require a massive price tag in order to make some adjustments. Some of that is in structure, some of that is in consistency, alignment, and leadership, which can be a challenge in trying to move anything through. And then some of that is really just the way that we utilize the funding that's available. I'll give a couple of examples. That, by the way, is your system. We're looking at 17% exits from people who enter into homelessness to permanent housing. This is a problem. There are a variety of things that we can do to open up this gap. We have a lot of data that shows us what's happening. Less action of applying the data into actual policy and practice. And that's part of what I'm hoping to point out from a systemic level to build on what my colleague here has shared. So a couple of different examples tied to this use of funds piece. I'm going to take the third bullet here. And these are recommendations from a separate study that was done. A team of myself and 3 other colleagues actually reviewed the system, reviewed the continuum of care, a lot of data. That is all available upon request. We had 61 recommendations, and these are the 4 that I'd like to highlight for elected officials in your community. That third one, developing a cross-jurisdiction coordinated approach to unsheltered homelessness. This is a great example. Your community was just awarded $15 million in a special NOFO to respond to unsheltered homelessness. Challenge? Only 30% of that request is actually to go to actual housing activities. The rest of it is tied to services for people who are unsheltered. That alone is not going to resolve unsheltered homelessness because we know that it's housing that resolves homelessness, not increased services, valuable as they are. It needs to be part of a comprehensive strategy here locally, which the federal government has put together actually some guidelines around what a comprehensive strategy could look like that could be borrowed, but I think really it's incumbent upon elected officials to put some energy into the local system and say, the People, our constituents, deserve more, and we're going to take actions with consistent data and reporting to be able to look at how the actions we take are actually impacting the population going forward. And we're not going to apply for $15 million with so little housing tied to it, right? We're either going to rebalance that or we're going to find other avenues to tie housing. I can give you a list of 4 or 5 different ways that we could salvage this $15 million that's already in play and tie it to housing opportunities. As an outsider to your community, I can't pull the levers to put those into place. Somebody here locally has to take up the charge to be able to do that, to have the conversation with the housing authorities, to develop buy-in among service providers, to bring gaming and others on board to this conversation. That's one example. And no, there's not enough money, but a lot we can do with the resource that is currently available. The first bullet there, investing in housing problem solving, this is a relatively low price tag, and I was able to have some conversation with some other elected officials who I think have some interest in supporting something like this. Housing problem solving is actually taking a little bit of what Councilwoman Bruni was talking about with Your Ticket Home, and a little bit of what my colleague was talking about in terms of prevention activities, and it's applying a very person-based, flexible response to someone at the point they're experiencing homelessness. This is considered a best practice nationally, and it's not just transportation funds, it's flexible funding. So if somebody had a child who experienced an illness and so they couldn't cover rent that month, and they just need that one-time little assistance, better for them, more humane for them, and actually much more cost-effective if we just can cover that little bit of assistance, get them back into whatever their pathway was in order to continue to avoid homelessness, right? If it's work boots we're talking about, I don't need to send somebody out of the state, they just need equipment in order to go back to work. That's the kind of thing we would be able to respond to with housing problem solving. Again, this will require some coordination and leadership to make sure that it's implemented in a way that's consistent with what's been proven to be effective. And I will say, the community has on contract kind of the creator and the foremost trainer on this particular approach right now, but we need to mobilize the rest of the community around it in order to be effective. A couple other pieces here tied to how the system flows. Again, I think this is really focused on, are we looking at the data in a way that we can use it and that's tied to outcomes? We have a pretty good idea of causes. There are things we can drill down on, and we can do fancy things with probability models and such. My colleagues much better aligned to speak to some of those things, and hopefully those will drive our policies going forward. There also are some more basic data outcomes that we could look at on a consistent basis. That 17% exits, for example, is not something I've seen reported elsewhere in the community. There's no reason for that. It's actually publicly available. You have a fairly sophisticated homeless management information database that could help to pull that information on a regular basis. But if it's not looked at regularly, your data quality is not going to be good, and you'll lose some of that ability to be nimble in responding to what's actually happening in real time within your community. I feel like I've shifted into a lecture. I certainly didn't mean to do that, but I think, impassioned about the fact that there is a lot of possibility here. That's why I chose to work with Southern Nevada when given the choice of multiple different opportunities a few years ago as the pandemic was amping up. There's a lot of passion in the community, undoubtedly, a lot of dedication, and I think desire to see something shift for the better. And I hope to continue getting to work in this community to see many of those things come to fruition, hopefully with leadership from this council and other councils. I appreciate you letting me take the time to share some of those things with you.
We hope it's the first of many visits with more information and some pilot programs that we can implement in a way to be effective. We've been having the conversation so long.
I think I can speak on both of us, on behalf of both of us, to say it would be our pleasure, individually or jointly.
Yes, please. No.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Kerr. Ms. Barker, appreciate the information, the passion. We do need to have a coordinated regional response. The thing is, unfortunately, when we start talking about where the housing will go, it seems like everyone kind of starts to back away from the conversation. In order for us to execute something, it has to go someplace. We have to identify where it can be a shared responsibility, and I feel very passionate because I feel that sometimes we over-concentrate it into the same places and spaces over and over, and we're not seeing long-term effects of over-concentrating poverty in one area or several areas. And so I feel we need to all be bought in, but be fully bought in, and make sure that our actions speak louder than our words in the regional conversation. But I did want to highlight two key points. One, while I was serving as the chair of the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority, it did come up to our attention by our new executive director that Las Vegas receives less housing vouchers than, say, Chicago, Illinois. And if you compare the population, we're about the same in terms of population. And so why does Las Vegas get less of an investment versus more when the need is great? So I wanted to raise that, that we're not getting. And then I think there could be creative ways by which all of these things that are throughout here require funding. Unfortunately, just like it's been stated before by some of my colleagues, we don't have funding streams coming to us as a city for us to be nimble and deploy more resources. So we rely heavily on federal assistance, state assistance, and the state's help in creating funding streams or mechanisms for us to then set up some more projects and some more assistance, because we don't have the abilities to just create this revenue stream to help us. And so I just think that for HUD, I'd like to drop, hey, can you figure out how we can get more funding streams to tackle some of these challenges jointly? Because sometimes we continue to do the same things that we've been doing in the past. And to your point, it's not the most effective use of our resources. So could we be analyzing what we are currently investing in and how we may start to, as the mayor pointed out, doing some pilot projects very intentionally to see if we get different results from what we've traditionally done. So anyways, thank you so much, and appreciate your willingness to help us figure out a better path forward, because I think we need to.
Yeah, I think to that last question there, the answer is yes, absolutely. I've spent a lot of time analyzing how it is being used right now, and I think some small shifts could be made to do something differently and see something different. I invited my colleague, Adrienne Babbitt, up here. She is a direct employee of HUD. She's your Nevada State Field Office Director, to be able to respond to your question about the Housing Authority.
Hi, good afternoon. Adrienne Babbitt, Field Office Director for HUD. Thank you for the question. This is a conversation that has been had many times, working closely with Mr. Jordan at the Housing Authority and researching the voucher allocation is significantly less. It is unfortunately based on population size back when this program was first determined, and that allocation would have to be changed at a congressional level. Currently, HUD is not slated to be creating new housing choice vouchers, but are providing funding opportunities in other ways to hopefully try to leverage some of those housing dollars in the community, and certainly with the partnerships with local jurisdictions, trying to come up with new innovative ideas to solve the crisis that we're seeing here.
Do you want to reference the stability vouchers?
Yes, sure. So along with the almost $15 million in unsheltered NOFO dollars, we did see some new housing stability vouchers come into our community that were new vouchers, which I think it was 92, I think. I can be specific later on once I reference. But we are seeing new funding coming into the community.
Thank you. I just wanted to know, are you guys presenting to the county as well? Or have you working with the county or this same information?
Yeah, great question. So I've been able to present my information to City of Henderson Council, and I've been able to do a briefing with a couple of county commissioners at this point. I'm working with county staff in order to try to help support the turnover that they've had there, I think it would be advantageous for there to be additional conversation with elected officials, for sure, at the county level. The information that was shared was warmly received, and I hope that there's more possibility there. I'll let Ashwin speak for.
Yeah, currently I don't have any plans yet to speak to the county, but I'm more than open to do so.
Well, you know, when you talk about a coordinated approach to unsheltered homelessness, that's got to come to the county. And so, you know, it's interesting. I know that they announced last year, or was it last year, that $131 million is going to go towards housing or something like that. And I personally have no idea what the plan is for that $130 million, or where it is, or where it's going, or what the. And I've kind of inquired. So there's really not a lot of coordinated approach to unsheltered homelessness, unfortunately.
And I would advise you, we have a new chair, Tick Zigerblum. We have a new vice chair, William McCurdy Jr. So as with constant turnover, you drop information that you have been studying for 10 and 15 years. So I think what Councilman Creer has suggested, just know as we have newness, we forget, and you need to keep giving the information and the importance of it. And I think, and I'm hearing this, and I think, good heavens, 25 years of this, and where's the solution? Show us something. There's a solution. So all you can do is 1 foot ahead of the other. But without question, the unincorporated Clark County, North Las Vegas, with the council in North Las Vegas, absolutely, because as we squeeze the toothpaste, goes to North Las Vegas and we hear from them, what are you doing? Well, we're trying to fix a million problems here. So I think the coordinated total effort, but where as you go through them, you come back and let us know, we've done this, here's that information, and we've got this positive where this body can join in together. So it's all communication. And when you lose that history, you go back and start all over again. So it's wonderful that you've gotten this with the data and everything else that you can share. 25 years, a long time to have the problem just getting worse and worse and worse. And you look to the next generation, those children that were 1 and 2 are now 24 and 25. So they're dealing with our failures. So I thank you all. I think the information, we want more. We want to hear the coordination and anything we can do as a body to help with that communication coordination. Yes, yes, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ashley, thank you for the presentation. I had one follow-up question. You said that we've received $15 million with the NOFO, and only 30% is going to housing, and you have a couple of, like 4 or 5 suggestions on how we can expand that. So could you just quickly identify those 4 or 5 solutions, please?
Yeah, so number one are the housing stability vouchers through the Housing Authority. Those were awarded in conjunction with the unsheltered SNOFO, but not regulatorily, is that a word? Tied together. So it was flexible to the community to determine how to utilize those. If those vouchers were dedicated to people experiencing unsheltered homelessness and could be paired with the services that were funded, you would have automatic supportive housing within your community. And right now, only a portion of those were dedicated for that purpose. And then there's looking at other housing resources within the community. And again, if you were to pull together and say, we want to prioritize unsheltered homelessness, let's shake the trees and find all the existing resources that are out there right now and see how we can couple them together for this purpose, I think you would find probably more than you might even expect. Your managed care organizations are invested in this population for good reason and are at the ready, I think, to combine some of their service resources to these pieces. And you have some ongoing housing programs that already exist within the community that, again, could be coupled for a broader, more aligned purpose. That right now are kind of, I wouldn't say operating in silos, but are not operating within an aligned purpose.
Thank you. I can't thank you all enough. We're with you. We're on it. We want to help. Please help us move with you to make a difference and get something that we can measure and see specifics. The data shows yes. So we're here, we're innovative, we're hardworking, and we're passionate too. But thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, Celia, thank you. Keep at it. Don't sleep. Just back to it. Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item 51, setting the date for appeals and required public hearings, please.
Will do, thank you.
Thank you very much. Now our second and final public citizen participation. During this portion of the agenda, limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the council unless this subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited, and it's your opportunity to address council, but council will not respond or engage in dialogue. So let's set the clock initially at 3 minutes if we could. Madam Clerk, 3 minutes, please.
Madam Mayor,
Thank
Council,
you.
Daniel Braisted, BRAISTED. It's a challenge sitting there. You have notes and then everybody speaks and then you're going to change it. I'm not going to talk about it. The big thing to look at is that we just spent, the community spent $6 million to change the name of an airport when that $6 million could have bought 3 complexes, apartment complexes. I've presented information about the CDs that are coming to the library. The CDs are not talking about people to change and make them better. It's feel-good stuff. We need to get in there and, well, I tried. The Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority, I just made a presentation that our problem is it's mental incest. The homeless people, they talk about homeless. And the communities, but yet we have conventions coming to town and they're streaming all sorts of new information that should be flowing to the libraries because they already have the screens up. Catholic Charity has 10 screens in the dining hall. We're teaching people how to be dishwashers and janitors, which is important. But the 2 most lucrative businesses are sales and public speaking. Let's teach them, let's have this public works, Parks and Recreation, and education, have them teach people how to sell. Councilman Creer knows how lucrative it is to sell foam letters and cut them out and install on buildings. It's very lucrative, but we don't teach them that. I recommended that we have a homeschooling store in an area of every 6 sin businesses. I mean, I even brought the flyer in from Henderson. The people would like to have something, but if they have a store locally where they could go buy homeschooling information, that's a source. Now here I have an event scheduled for Friday afternoon to go learn 3D printing, and I asked them, why don't you have more information for adults? Most of these things only go to 17. They said there's no attendance. Well, the city is weak on publicizing what's happening. I mean, the newsletter section of your website doesn't list the Innovation Center, doesn't have newsletters for getting being more effective. Tony Robbins is giving a free seminar for 3 days, and yes, he's going to try to sell something, but our training department should be in there listening and pick off the key pieces. There's so much more we can do that doesn't require money. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Three minutes is the time?
Yes, please.
This is just a picture for all of you. And first of all, Happy New Year, and thank you for giving me the time, Councilman and Councilwoman. But I look at this when he mentioned the ACE program, and I'm going to take it from...
Would you mind stating your name for the record?
Andre Edwards.
Andre Edwards.
Second, yes.
The second. Thank you so much.
Councilwoman and councilmen, it's just the thing when they mentioned the 47 through the 50 agenda. First of all, the Susie Lee approach with the education, applying permanent bookshelves as far as voters are concerned in each department. If you see the map that they showed, if certain residents were over there with the Susie Lee approach, it's just filling the void of this political face right here when you mentioned double dipping of allotment of cash and $15 million being invested in certain projects. And I am a product of the NHSSN residence program, and the vouchers do work if you attend and if you put your ears to it and if you allow yourself to be available for the understanding. But as far as the ACE is concerned with the adverse childhood experience, and I'm in an adult-oriented residential program, which is the Betty Jean Apartments, and it's a very peaceful place. But when I mention this political face and when voting season is around and each councilwoman and councilman have addressed the issues of concerned voters or concerned citizens like myself to make sure that you guys are doing and women are doing your best, and you really are putting quality time and quality effort to make sure that residents like me can keep a sheltered residence over our heads. And just saying with the fact that this remains that, as I conclude myself with these last minutes, is that I do comedy at the Wise Guys Comedy Club. And my last issue I would like to address, which is also concerned with the constructional projects, if you can just put oxygen tanks or have first responders available at certain comedy clubs when the humor and medicine is needed for certain approaches when people are down on their luck when it comes to programs and issues that, like he may have addressed about cigarette bloom and people are not knowing what it really takes to break these double dip voters or double dip politicians that really know. So for example, I passed the Senator Tim Kaine for Virginia yesterday, and I seen him and I said Happy New Year, but with his focus from Virginia and being here in Nevada as the voting season and recreational things are going on with the politicians of the new election, that when I seen Senator Tim Kaine, or Timothy Kaine if you want to say, Democratic from Virginia, I looked at him and I'm saying to myself, going down Tonopah by the UMC hospital, could this be a new change for us all to understand that filling this political face for us all, for councilwomen and councilmen, is that you will make the change as far as your team is concerned, and we as a team, as a community, have to come together, like you said, 25 years, and we have to find a change for 24 to 25 next years. And this will be the face that we have to fill in for all politicians and all senators and all mayors. So with the Susie Lee approach, if you can attack that and try to apply bookshelves for the young ones and increase the education for residential citizens, and I'm out. And peace to you all, okay?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Anyone else for public comment, please?
It's not 2 cents in. Are all these working?
The middle one.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi there.
My name is Eric Melchizedek Christ Nimrod, Nimrod. You can find Melchizedek in Genesis, the 14th chapter, the 18th verse, and Psalms 110, the 4th verse. Beloved Mayor Carolyn, thank you very much for your years of service. You're an amazing woman. Outstanding. You made an outstanding state of the city presentation. You brought Las Vegas from prehistoric to historic. Thank you. You and your loving husband, Oscar, made Las Vegas the jewel of America. The sands of time have run through the hourglass, bringing your excellent service to we the people of Las Vegas to an end. But you and Oscar will always be remembered as the pioneering mighty angels who made Las Vegas legendary in the middle of the desert. Thank you. Your school, the Meadows School, will carry on your legacy of knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Isaiah, the 35th chapter, the first verse prophesies, the desert will rejoice and flowers will bloom in the wasteland. You and Oscar made this prophecy come true. Your flower is Las Vegas. Your flowers are the sports teams, the Smith Center, etc. Thanks to both you and thanks to you, beloved Mayor. Continue to prosper and be in health. Martin Luther King Jr. said, we must walk on in the days with audacious faith in the future. You have made that very easy to do here in Las Vegas. The future of Las Vegas is very good. And thanks to you and Oscar, we appreciate you. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. I don't have to work another day in my life. Thank you. That's very sweet. Appreciate it. Anyone else? Anyone else for public comment? And again, thank you. I'll make sure that Oscar knows. I'm going to close public comment. We'll move on to emerging council issues. Discussion regarding potential items for future council agendas. Do we have any that we are ready to put forward here? I think we're exhausted. Thank you. You escaped our city manager. Now we'll come on to council member recognition. And this is comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the council unless subject is on the agenda. And so I'm going to start in the middle. We're going to start with Councilwoman Seaman, then Councilwoman Diaz, and then I have to figure out which end or where from there.
Thank you, Madam
Okay.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Councilman. So I want to thank all the animal rescues who joined me to meet with James Jorenda, Director of the Nevada Department of Corrections, and Warden William Rubart of the Florence McClure Williams Correctional Center. We are now discussing how we expand the Pups on Parole program, a program that helps inmates gain dog training skills they can use when they get out. And it also helps to foster our animals so before they can find forever homes. I want to congratulate the young Israel Aish Las Vegas and my dear friend Rabbi Wine on a highly successful event. I had the privilege of presenting proclamations on behalf of the city of Las Vegas to Rabbi Moshe, Rebbetzin, Dase, Orlowick, and Ellie and Kelly Mizrahi for their outstanding service to the Jewish community. And I am really excited, and I want to tell all my council members and the mayor, you should really check out William B's Steakhouse in Ward 2. They just opened it at the Suncoast, and it is a great place to have dinner. The glamorous restaurant is a tribute to William Bill Boyd, co-founder and chairman of Emeritus of Boyd Gaming, the owner of the Suncoast. Really, really, really nice ambiance, really nice food. So Councilwoman Bruni and I co-hosted our town hall for anti-human trafficking. It was very successful. I am so grateful that she has joined me in getting the word out, along with our community partners, Awareness is Prevention, Power to Parent, Biashiro Foundation, Nevada Policy Council on Human Trafficking, and the Metro detectives that always come and they're active in participating in this event to bring awareness to the grooming of our children. So we're going to continue to do that. We're committed to continuing on working on our human trafficking you know, it's become such an issue, and we're going to continue to bring awareness. Our Breakfast Buzz and Ward 2 Biz, I hope that more people will come and join. We were grateful to have a visit from this amazing little half Frenchie, half English bulldog. And of course, our new Summerlin area Lieutenant Matt Arnold and our city marshal, Paul Hertz, for answering. We want to thank them for answering all those public safety questions to our wonderful group. So our next, speaking of Breakfast Buzz, is Saturday, February 10th from 9 to 10. And again, join us with law enforcement and we'll answer questions about the issues and concerns in Ward 2. And for our adopt a pet, we have Rudy, a husky mixed breed, 67 pounds, about 3 years old, and little Alex, our domestic medium hair male cat, about 10 pounds. And then if you would like to have your Ward 2 business featured on our social media, all you have to do is contact Ward2 at lasvegasnevada.gov or give my office a call at 702-229-2420. We love promoting businesses in Ward 2. And if you would like to follow us on social media, Facebook, X, Instagram, and Threads at Victoria D. Seaman, LinkedIn at Victoria Seaman, you can scan our QR code for all of our information. And please don't hesitate to contact our office for Ward 2 issues and concern at Ward2 at lasvegasnevada.gov, or you can call my great staff at 702-229-2420. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And Councilwoman Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before I launch into my slides, I just want to put on everybody's radar that tomorrow is David Riggleman's birthday. So if you see David tomorrow, make sure you wish him a very happy birthday. On January 10th, my team and I conducted a second visit to the Punk Rock Museum and met with their new CEO, Fat Mike Burkett. And his goal and the whole essence of bringing a punk rock museum to the city of Las Vegas is to show the world the history of punk rock in a way that is natural and hands-on. And folks can come see all of the pictures and paraphernalia from punk rockers of yesteryear, but they can also come to record, touch, and play instruments of punk rockers of yesterday, which is super cool. And I'm just going to put a tease out there. They're working on an event on April 1st to have a festival and their 1-year anniversary. So if you haven't gone through and you're a punk rocker at heart, highly recommend the experience. On January 10th through the 11th, we were also going to different senior communities in Ward 3, and so my team and I were on a mission to continue to spread joy to our seniors. We hit the road delivering donuts and exclusive Ward 3 calendars directly to their doors, and we visited Bonanza Pines, Sunrise Senior Living Apartments, and Arthur McCants Manor, just to stop by, say hi, wish them a great year, and make their day a little bit brighter. On January 12th, it was a very hard day, a sad day for those of us who know Darlene Delgado. This woman gave a 30-year career, or 30 years of her life to career in Clark County School District, from teacher to administrator, and she left being the principal of Rancho High School, my alma mater, and I had the privilege of awarding her, with the support of the mayor and my council members, proclamation for her outstanding contributions, dedication to our students, and her stellar leadership. While our hearts are a little sad that she will no longer be serving our families and at Rancho High School, we know she left a great team to continue her work and her legacy. And I'm sure that we're going to find her some side jobs to do now that she's in retirement mode. On January 13th, it was, again, a tremendous honor to attend the 16th citywide Unity Prayer Celebration. We missed you, Mayor. You're always there, but you gave the shortest remarks I have ever seen in the video. And so I was like, wow, just keep it to a video. And the mayor is very succinct. But we celebrated this at the historic Fifth Street School last Saturday. Thank you to Pastor Michael Hatch, who's been at the helm for so many years, and making sure that he keeps all of our first responders in prayer and us in prayer. And it was just truly awesome to see the amazing community and faith leaders that came to support us. And I'm just grateful for our shared history and profound hope and prayers that we share for our wonderful city. On January 16th, just last night, the chambers were able to host the second annual Honor, Honrando Orgullosamente Nuestras Obras y Raíces Latino Awards. And we had to put a pause. We were going to hold this in December, but then the rebel shooting happened, and we decided we were not in a celebratory spirit we wouldn't do justice to the honorees. So we held it yesterday, and I just want to share with you this year's winners. And basically the awards recognize the achievements of community leaders and trailblazers who have made outstanding civic accomplishments and contributions to the Las Vegas community. And so as the emerging leader, we had Yvette Machado. Advancing Arts and Culture, Jose Antonio Gonzalez, who's a mariachi teacher for the school district. Business and Economic Advancement Award, William and Eugenia Tejeda, and they are the proud owners of 3 crepe stations in our fabulous city of Las Vegas. Advancing Equity and Healthcare Award, Puentes won the recognition this year with Guy Girardin. Spiritual Community Trailblazer Award, Padre Rafael Pereira Alvarez, who actually works out of Ward 1. And Educating Our Community Trailblazer Award was Omar Lopez, and he helps our bridge the gap between our local law enforcement officers and Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department out of, I believe, Bolden Area Command. And the Outstanding Leadership Trailblazer Award went to Maritza Rodriguez. So I just want to congratulate them all for helping us make our community better every day through their contributions. Wanted to put a few events happening here in the next few days. If you don't know about the Downtown Vegas Alliance group, please take some time to join this mixer. It's tonight, 4:30 to 6 p.m. at one of my favorite pizza spots, but there's so many good ones lately. But Pizza Rock, it's 201 North 3rd Avenue, and again, it's today, 4:30 to 6. Come on by and learn about DVA. Also tonight, the city of Las Vegas is working with ArtSpace to study the feasibility of creating affordable artists live-work housing in the 18B Las Vegas Arts District. We have shifted the meeting to the historic 5th Street School, so do not pay any heed about it being located at Vegas Theater Company. We're going to have it at the historic 5th Street School today, 5:30 to 7 p.m. So please come on by and join that conversation. Tomorrow, Thursday, January 18th, join us from 6 to 8. There's going to be the Arts District Monthly Mixer, free and open to the public. Meet local artists, business owners, supporters, friends, and neighbors at LGA Architecture. That's where we're hosting this one, located at 1226 South 3rd Street. Again, I know that we see so many things that need to be remedied throughout our city, so help us do our part by you being our eyes and ears. Go ahead and go to See, Click, Fix, and just report the things that are off, lights, traffic signs, missing things that shouldn't be missing to keep us safe. And so with that, thank you, Madam Mayor, for letting me go second today. Happy New Year to everyone. I hope 24 is off to an amazing start, and I look forward to running into you at some of these events.
Thank you very much. And let's go ahead and get down to Councilwoman Bruni.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ward 6 has hit the ground running in the new year. Last week we hosted our small business breakfast, which we do quarterly. Thank you to Leah Williams from our Economic and Urban Development Department, Anthony Scarpelli from Business Licensing, and Tresta Fernandez from Purchasing, who gave presentations and were there to answer questions. We also had the Lieutenant Governor's Office of Small Business Advocacy representative show up and also share information. Later that evening, we were pleased to join with Councilman Seaman to co-host a human trafficking prevention event that was well attended and prompted a lot of important discussion items. Please note that January is Human Trafficking Awareness Month. Ward 6 has been in the news quite a bit recently, first for the installation of some new traffic lights, which are much needed to improve the safety on our streets for our neighbors and families. And second, for the beautiful peacocks in our Floyd Lamb Park, one of our crown jewels. It turns out there are a lot of folks who are interested in the peacocks and what the park will look like in 20 years. We're pleased to share that the city's Department of Public Safety is accepting applications for the Citizens Police Academy, which will run from February 21st to May 8th. It's a wonderful program. I had the honor to speak with the inaugural class and highly recommend that neighbors in Ward 6 consider participating, as it's a great way to learn about the amazing things the city does and our DPS. Coming up on February the 8th, we'll be hosting our monthly Bocaditos with Bruni at our satellite office at 6601 North Buffalo at our Centennial Hills Y. Then please join me and Councilwoman Alan Polensky for our first Love for All pickleball tournaments on February the 17th from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Durango Hills Y. As always, we want to hear from you. Please reach out to our office at 702-229-5463 or send us an email at ward6@lasvegasnevada.gov. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Polensky.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On January 6th, I held another document shredding event in Sun City. The event went so smoothly and was wildly successful, and the team was able to process 402 cars in about 3 hours flat. We still found a few bags of batteries. So for future events, I want to remind everyone to remove all batteries, paper clips, binder clips, and other metal items before dropping off documents. Next, also on January 6th, I had the honor of attending and speaking at Law Enforcement Appreciation Day at Police Memorial Park in Ward 4. Providing support to our first responders is one of my top priorities, and I'm always grateful for the opportunity to express my respect and appreciation for all of our local agencies and law enforcement officers. Last Thursday, I, with my esteemed council colleagues, attended the State of the City address given by Mayor Goodman. It was an incredible evening spent highlighting our growth and highlighting the experienced visionary stewardship that that Mayor Goodman has offered us over the years, and the great things that are on our horizon. This slide features 6 children who are currently missing in the Las Vegas Valley. If you have any information, please call Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Missing Person Detail. And lastly, please stay connected with me and my staff on social media platforms or contact us directly at 702-229-2524. We're always here to provide any assistance that we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Yes, Councilman Crear.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Doolittle Community Center, located at 1950 J Street, will continue to host classes in basketball skills, She-Do Hoops, and Doolittle Elite Training basketball events. Bring your youth to learn skills in a competitive sport and to also learn about teamwork. For more information, call 702-229-6374. The Becker Technology Center, located 2221 Maverick, will be hosting a Level Up Your Learning experience for various exciting and engaging classes for youth ages 3 to 12. They'll offer them in Spanish classes as well, coding workshops, 3D printing, and more. Parents are also welcome. For more information about upcoming classes, call 702-229-2200. The Midday Inspirational Showcase and Luncheon will be held on Thursday, February 16th at 11 a.m. at the historic Fish Street School located at 401 South 4th Street. This annual showcase features singing, dancing, poetry, and guest speakers. Additionally, there will be a black opera fashion show and a soul food luncheon. So for tickets and more information, call 702-229-6125. The City of Las Vegas is celebrating 45 years of hosting events in recognition of Black History Month. A Night of Expressions talent show returns to Lorenzi Park. Additions will take place on January the 20th from 2 to 3:30 p.m. and the final event will take place on Saturday, February the 3rd. Bring low back chairs for comfort. For more information, call 229-2473. And join us for our next Careers Community Conversation on February the 28th from 9 to 10:30 a.m. at the Ernest and Becker Technological Park, located 22221 Maverick. You can come by, residents can say what's on your mind, come back and speak with us. You are all welcome to join the conversation. For more information, please call my office, 702-229-5443. Don't forget to subscribe to our newsletter, which goes out every week. And then also you can catch us on social media, Twitter, Cedric Creer, Instagram, Councilman Creer, and Facebook, Councilman Cedric Creer. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for Gorman.
Yeah.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem, go for it.
Thank you very much, Mayor. If you could please join us for our next Brews with Brian. It's happening on February 3rd at 8:30 a.m. at the Black and Blue Diner, located at 315 South Decatur Boulevard. And today is National Classy Day. We celebrate those who are graced with the ability to live their lives with class, passion, and who are driven to share it with others. My children are not classy, but they remind me that I should try to be more classy every day. And
Is she standing on a block there?
she is, yes.
Okay.
She's trying to cross his face.
Because I know she's shorter.
As always, reach out to me any way you like, and Ward 1 knows then they do it pretty regularly. So thank you, Mayor.
Wow, and how about the new restaurant next to your new Dunkin' Donuts on Charleston at,
Valley View?
yeah, what
Yeah.
is that? Brand new restaurant
It
there.
hasn't opened yet, I don't believe.
Okay,
I
will
haven't seen
you
it
all
opening.
report on that?
I will-
think
I will
it
go
might
and
be
report on it.
Fusion, or, I'm not sure, it's got an unusual name.
Yeah, right there in the corner, yeah. I haven't been there yet.
Wanting to know what
You know what, I've
it
never
is.
been to the Black and Blue Diner. That'll be my very first time
Okay,
there, so I'm
well,
very
tell us
excited.
about that,
yes,
too.
and that's a historic
We love
place.
to go to our new businesses. Absolutely. The more we can eat out and do and spend, that's what it is. So as for me, the main thing is thank you all. Thank you to our wonderful staff, city manager, team right there, just moving us along, keeping us going. Thank you to our marshals, first responders, to our public information office, our technology. What would we do without you except get back to personal attention on a one-to-one basis where you can get everything done instead of punching numbers. But anyway, God bless you all, and thank you. And to our clerk's office, Jackie, you've done a great job with your team. Is Brian there? Yes, he is. I didn't see him slip in. So anyway, thank you all, and to our marshals again, thank you. We are adjourned. Our next meeting is the 7th of February. So until then, I hope, we're adjourned.
Stay classy.
Excellent.
Stay classy.
That's cute. Yeah, I figured she had to be on a something. You too.
That's cool.
Thank you.